Chapter 819. The Lady of Earth transformed into reincarnation, and her merit was boundless. Some people also suggested counting from the day Feng Zichen set up the World Tree. The appearance of the World Tree marked the beginning of a new chapter in the Eldritch world. In short, there were all kinds of suggestions, and they all had sufficient reasons. Everyone was arguing over this. At a certain moment, everyone finally reached a consensus. They would count from the day Great Emperor Ziwei ascended to the boundless starry sky. When Great Emperor Ziwei first appeared in the world, he appeared in front of the world as a savior. But this time, not only did he restore the already broken and boundless starry sky, he even made it undergo a transformation and take a step closer. In terms of merit, Great Emperor Ziwei was the most outstanding in the Eldritch world. No one could compare to him. It was most appropriate to count the day he ascended to the boundless starry sky as the beginning of the era of the three realms. In the face of everyone's suggestions, Feng Zichen wanted to reject them. The status of Great Emperor Ziwei had already reached the peak of the Eldritch world. It was not inferior to the status of Tao Ancestor. He no longer needed other honors to improve his status. He should give this honor to someone else. However, in the end, Feng Zichen accepted it. This was because he realized that it was not suitable for him to give this honor to anyone. If he gave it to Goddess Nuwa, he would offend Goddess Hutu. If he gave it to Goddess Hutu, he would offend Nuwa. If he gave it to Gaochen, he would be giving it to himself. This would seem a little pretentious. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought about it and decided to show the demeanor of a great senior and give it to a special living being. After the establishment of the three realms, the first living being born would also be the first innate God-fiend. Anything that was related to being first would become extraordinary. The heavenly secrets showed that after the establishment of the three realms, the first living being born would be a top-notch innate God-fiend. This living being was born with a wisp of the three realms' destiny. It gathered the fortune of heaven, earth, and people in its body. It could be said to be the son of the era. In the future, it was destined to become a great cultivator. It was even possible for it to reach the primordial chaos realm. For details, he could refer to the first connate life form of the primordial world, Tao Ancestor Hongjun, and the first postnatal life form of the primordial world, Feng Zichen. Both of them were number one and had achieved unimaginable achievements. That living being was born from the karmic luck of the three dimensions. Even though it couldn't compare to these two great figures, it still couldn't be underestimated. After all, the era of the three dimensions was the only era since the primeval times had been split open, and it contained unimaginable karmic luck and fortune. This living being was the child of karmic luck, and being born in this era was already bound to be extraordinary. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to form a good relationship with him and let him have this special honor. The day he was born would be the first year of the three realms, the beginning of the three realms era. It was a very good idea, a very good reason, and it even created the image of a reliable senior. When that living being succeeded in its cultivation and understood the cause and effect, it would definitely be very grateful to Feng Zichen. This special honor wasn't just a special honor. It represented a strand of the karmic luck of the three dimensions. If there were no real benefits, why would everyone fight for this? If that living being received benefits from Feng Zichen, it would form a karmic relationship with him, and he would have to pay it back in the future. Feng Zichen's calculations were very precise, and he definitely wouldn't suffer any losses. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen's idea was very good, but once he said his suggestion, it was rejected by everyone. He was just a newborn God-fiend. Even if his aptitude was extraordinary, how could he be compared to everyone present? If they gave that special honor to him, where would their dignity go? The reason was very simple. It was the above sentence that dispelled all of Feng Zichen's plans, and he had no choice but to accept this special honor. When his plan failed, Feng Zichen sighed slightly and didn't take it too seriously. He just felt a little regretful. Little did he know that Feng Zichen's lack of persistence made him regret what happened next. After some calculations, Feng Zichen realized that 100 years and 30 days later would be the 10,000th anniversary of his unsealing of Zhouxing. No one objected, and they all nodded in agreement. Then, Feng Zichen set this day as the first day of the three dimensions, the beginning of the three dimensions era. In the blink of an eye, that day came. On this day, everyone worked together to summon the long river of time and space and set up a huge stone tablet in it. The words first year of the three dimensions were written on it, and it was fixed on this time and space node. At this point, the Eldritch world had entered the three dimensions era. At this point, the matter was considered to be over. Everyone should leave the Purple Cloud Palace and return home. But at this moment, an inexplicable throbbing suddenly came from the Eldritch world, attracting everyone's attention. Worried that there would be a problem with the Eldritch world, everyone didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately released their divine senses and crossed the endless chaotic void, looking towards the Eldritch world. Then, everyone saw a strange scene. On the Eldritch world, regardless of whether it was the connate myriad Tao or the postnatal myriad Tao, all of them appeared. They jumped happily between heaven and earth, as if they were extremely excited. After silently calculating, everyone knew the origin of this phenomenon. It turned out that the first connate god-fiend of the three dimensions was about to be born. This phenomenon was to celebrate his imminent birth. The old doubts were resolved, but new doubts appeared in everyone's minds. What was the origin of that connate god-fiend? Why could it cause such commotion? TSK, the commotion caused by this birth is really not small. I wonder if there was such a phenomenon when Taoist Three Pure Ones was born. Feng Zichen turned his head and asked the Three Pure Ones after looking at the phenomenon in the heavenly Tao. The Grand Pure One thought for a moment and replied, "It should be about the same. Even if the phenomenon of this connate god-fiend's birth can't be compared to the three of us, it's not much worse." Hiss! The moment the Grand Pure One said that, everyone gasped in shock. The phenomenon when a connate god-fiend was born could probably represent his talent and achievements. The phenomenon when this connate god-fiend was born could actually catch up to the Three Pure Ones. Didn't that mean that his future achievements were second only to the Three Pure Ones? Although everyone had already overestimated the new connate god-fiend, they still did not expect him to be so talented. Curious, Saint Juan-Ti said, "Let's not stay here and watch. Let's go take a look ourselves. How extraordinary is that connate god-fiend to be able to produce such a phenomenon." After saying that, Saint Juan-Ti took the lead and walked towards the primordial world without waiting for anyone to answer. Seeing that, everyone hurriedly said, "Let's go, let's go." Looking at the figure of Saint Juan-Ti leaving first, the Grand Pure One shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, he took out the connate cardinal treasure, the Taiji painting, and turned into a white jade bridge that reached the sky. He carried everyone and rushed towards the primordial world at an extremely fast speed. "Fellow Taoists, let's go." When everyone surpassed Saint Juan-Ti, the Grand Pure One's voice sounded in everyone's eyes. Fast, very fast, very fast. As expected of the heaven-opening cardinal treasure, the speed of the Taiji painting was actually 30% faster than Feng Zichen's speed. Seeing that he had been surpassed, Saint Juan-Ti was not angry. Instead, he laughed and turned into a ray of light. He landed on the white jade bridge and rushed to the primordial world with everyone. At that moment, the 8 saints of the primordial world and many great mystical abilities stepped on the white jade bridge and rushed to the primordial world. Such a scene was enough to be recorded in the annals of the primordial world and make future generations have endless imagination. Looking at the smiles on everyone's faces, those who did not know would think that their relationship was very similar. It was the long-awaited peace. Silently, the heavenly Tao appeared and froze this scene, as if it had turned into eternity. As I wrote, I suddenly realized that this paragraph had the flavor of a grand finale. Of course, I have no intention of ending it. If I end it here, you will probably tear me apart. I'm just lamenting. Although the birthplace of the connate god-fiend was very mysterious, with everyone working together, who in the primordial world could hide from them. Therefore, it was easy for everyone to find the place where the Khanate God-Fiend was born. Yes, it was indeed very special. It was so special that after everyone arrived, the smiles on their faces disappeared. They walked forward with an extremely solemn expression. There was a faint gray fog here. There was chaos chi rising and chaos baneful chi surging. There were piles of gravel on the ground. There was divine power circulating on the gravel. Although it was very faint, it had a supreme charm. At the same time, an extremely distant aura naturally filled the place. Indeed, this place was very ancient. It could be traced back to the beginning of the world. This was the ruins of the original Mount Bujo, where the backbone of the great god Panga was. This was the birthplace of the number one Khanate God-Fiend in the three realms. Mount Bujo was such a special place. It was the original heavenly pillar of the primordial world and the supreme divine mountain that suppressed the chaos demon god. His ruins were filled with the aura of destruction and the resentment of the chaos demon god. Logically speaking, there should be no living creatures born here. However, an Khanate God-Fiend was born here. Then this living being must be extremely special. With indescribable feelings, everyone came to the deepest part of the Mount Bujo ruins and saw the Khanate God-Fiend that was about to be born. It was an Khanate God-Fiend. It was 36 feet and 5 inches tall and 24 feet in circumference. 36 feet and 5 inches tall, according to the 365 degrees of the heavenly cycle. 24 feet in circumference, according to the 24 chi of the political calendar. There were 9 orifices and 8 holes on it, according to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. There was nothing wrong with this. Most Khanate God-Fiends looked like this. Everyone was knowledgeable and had naturally seen the appearance of other Khanate God-Fiends. Naturally, they were not surprised. However, when they looked down and saw the scene below the Khanate God-Fiend, everyone's expression changed. Below the Khanate God-Fiend was a huge blood pool. This was nothing. The key was the blood at the bottom of the blood pool. Everyone recognized that it was their blood, as well as the blood of the chaos demon gods. The blood in the blood pool was the blood of Feng Zichen, the 3 pure ones, Goddess Hutu, Great Emperor Zhui, Nuwa, and the 2 sages of the West. These were the blood of the Orthodox Pangu and the saints. Their blood only occupied half of the blood pool. The remaining blood emitted a faint divine light, with the great Tao rules looming and chaotic aura lingering on it. It was the blood of the chaos demon gods. Where did the blood come from? Everyone remembered that at the end of the gods' investiture tribulation, they had a great battle with the 7 chaos demon gods. Although they won that battle and successfully sealed the chaos demon gods in the 5 divine lands and the heaven realm. However, how could they not pay a price for the battle with the chaos demon gods? They were all injured and lost a lot of blood. The blood in the blood pool was left by them at that time. For some reason, the blood shed by the crowd and the chaos fiend god gathered together and turned into a blood pool. Then it came to the relic of Mount Bujo and gave birth to a Khanate divine fetus. Listen to this. What a coincidence. If no one was secretly playing tricks, Feng Zichen could twist Saint Juan-Ti's head off and kick it like a ball. On the side, Saint Juan-Ti touched his neck subconsciously, then looked around in confusion and said, "Fellow Taoists, I'm afraid this Khanate God-Fiend is extraordinary." It was more than extraordinary. He was much more extraordinary than everyone had imagined. When they saw this Khanate God-Fiend being born in Mount Bujo, everyone had tried their best to imagine how extraordinary he was. However, they still underestimated him. If this identity could really be born, it would not be weaker than Feng Zichen. The first Khanate God-Fiend in the 3 realms was already extraordinary enough. However, he was also an Khanate God-Fiend born from the fusion of the blood of a saint and the blood of a chaos demon god. That was the most special thing about him. Or Feng Zichen and the others. They were Pangu. After this Khanate God-Fiend obtained their blood, he also obtained the blood of the chaos demon god. It was equivalent to having 2 bloodlines in one body. What was the son of destiny? This was it. Although the untainted world was created by Pangu, the chaos demon gods also contributed a lot. Their origin was the foundation of the untainted world. Therefore, the descendants of the chaos demon gods were considered half-orthodox in the untainted world. This Khanate god-fiend had two bloodlines in one body, which was equivalent to having two orthodox bloodlines at the same time. His status was worthy of being called indescribably noble, not inferior to that of the true Panga lineage. He was the first in history. This Khanate god-fiend was the first to have two bloodlines in one body. He was too extraordinary. If he could be born, it would not be difficult for him to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian in the future. However, it was precisely because he was too extraordinary, so extraordinary that he was somewhat heaven-defying. As such, he attracted a calamity, and whether or not he could be born in the future also became complicated and confusing. What tribulation? Naturally, it was the human tribulation. Because of this Khanate god-fiend's extraordinariness, it attracted the attention of Feng Zichen and the others, causing them to come here. And this was the human tribulation of this Khanate god-fiend. Some people did not want to see the birth of this Khanate god-fiend. It was not because they were afraid of his talent, but because they did not like his background. The Panga divine system was the Panga divine system, and the Chaos demon god system was the Chaos demon god system. The two were clearly separated. How could they be mixed together? P.S. Today's 10,000 words are complete. There is no discount at all. Please give me monthly votes and tips. Chapter 820. This Khanate god-fiend had mixed up the concepts of the two and messed up the bloodline of the Panga divine system. His birth was a mistake, so he should not exist. Of course, his existence was reasonable. Although everyone was unwilling to see this Khanate god-fiend appear, there was a reason for his existence. They could not bring themselves to kill him. If this Khanate god-fiend had grown up and become a top-notch great divine ability expert, they would not waste their breath and kill him directly. However, this Khanate god-fiend had yet to be born. They were all people of status and dignity, so they could not bring themselves to kill a Khanate god-fiend that had yet to be born. However, even if they couldn't kill him, it didn't mean that they would let him go. Killing him was only the most direct method. Apart from that, they had many other methods to deal with this Khanate god-fiend. For example, taking advantage of the fact that he was not born yet, he first destroyed his providence. How would they do it? It was simple. They could create an Khanate god-fiend in advance, and let him be born before this Khanate god-fiend. Then, they could destroy his luck. This way, this Khanate god-fiend's luck would definitely be affected, and the Khanate god-fiend that had stolen his luck would become his lifelong enemy. This method was good. They could stop this Khanate god-fiend's development without bloodshed and nurture a mortal enemy for him. It would be difficult for him to grow in the future. With that thought in mind, everyone immediately took action. They all used various methods to create the Khanate god-fiends in their divine lands. First, providence. If they obtained it and nurtured it seriously, they might be able to teach a top-notch great divine ability expert. Such an opportunity could not be given to others. On Shoyang Mountain, the Grand Pure One spiritual will came with the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Taiji diagram. It absorbed all the chi of heaven and earth from all directions and was transformed by the Taiji diagram into the purest Khanate Taiji origin. It poured into the brass vein under Shoyang Mountain. The brass of Shoyang Mountain was famous in the world. It was a top-notch divine metal in the primordial world. A Khanate cardinal treasure refined with this material was as powerful as an ordinary Khanate spirit treasure. It was obvious how precious this was. Originally, the brass on Shoyang Mountain had long been dug out. However, as the world transformed, the brass vein sensed the creation chi of heaven and earth and was reborn. Not only that, endless creation chi gathered at the center of the brass mine, giving birth to an innate divine fetus. This was the brass spirit, a Khanate fiend god that the three realms had nurtured. If nothing unexpected happened, this Khanate god fiend should have been born tens of thousands of years later. Then it transformed and was accepted as a disciple by the Grand Pure One. However, at that moment, in order to break the destiny of the Khanate God-Fiend and fight for the number one destiny, the Grand Pure One decided to give birth to his future disciple in advance. Even with the help of the Taiji diagram, forcefully reviving the brass spirit would still have some impact on it. However, compared to the number one providence, this little bit of influence was nothing. The Grand Pure One was gambling. He was using this disciple's future to bet that he would be the first to be born. If he succeeded, he would be blessed by the number one providence, and his future would be limitless. If he failed, well, it doesn't really matter. It's just stunted growth. With the Grand Pure One's methods, he could easily make up for it. Thinking about it this way, if he lost, he would not suffer a loss. If he won, he would make a huge profit. Why didn't the Grand Pure One take this gamble? At the same time that the Grand Pure One took action, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was also taking action. His spiritual will carried the Panga banner across an endless distance and returned to Mount Kunlun. Mount Kunlun, the first divine mountain of the primordial world after Mount Bujo was destroyed, where the eastern ancestral veins were located. This mountain could be said to be a collection of the fortune of heaven and earth. Such a special place naturally gave birth to more than one Khanate God-Fiend. The Kunlun Mountains were vast and boundless. There were countless places of destiny inside. Now that the world had transformed, they had obtained the support of the creation chi of heaven and earth, and undoubtedly became even more extraordinary. Wasn't it normal to give birth to a few Khanate God-Fiends or Khanate spiritual treasures? Although there were many Khanate God-Fiends on the mountain, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was not picky. The target he wanted to give birth to was very clear. It was a Khanate God-Fiend born on Mount Yujing. At the same time, this was also the strongest Khanate God-Fiend born on Mount Kunlun. Let's not talk about the Khanate God-Fiend. Let's talk about Mount Yujing first. Besides the main peak of East Kunlun, there were 72 other divine mountains. All of them were extraordinary. They were all top-notch blessed places in the primordial world. Among the 72 divine mountains, Mount Yujing might not be the best, but it was definitely the most special one. That was because this was the place where Hongjun Taoist Master lived before he attained Tao. As the place where Hongjun Taoist Master cultivated, it was obvious how extraordinary this place was. It was called the Celestial Ancestral Court, and the Khanate God-Fiend was born here. Anything that was related to Hongjun Taoist Master would become extraordinary, let alone this Khanate God-Fiend. When he discovered that there was a Khanate God-Fiend on Mount Yujing, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, who had already given up on taking in disciples, suddenly had the thought of taking in a disciple again. He wanted to take him in as his direct disciple. Such a background was not enough for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning to change his mind and take him in as his direct disciple. He was only a disciple in name. But this Khanate God-Fiend had yet to be born, and he was already chosen as his direct disciple by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. The main peak of Mount Yujing, the peak of the Purple Clouds Peak, was filled with purple clouds. It stretched for more than 3,000 miles, and it was very noble. Under the purple clouds, there was a vast and empty land. Originally, this place was not empty. The Purple Clouds Palace, known as the number one holy ground in the primordial world, was located here before they went to the chaos beyond the heavens. After the Purple Clouds Palace left, this place became empty and spacious. In the middle of the empty land, there was a Khanate God-Fiend that was 99 feet tall. It had 9 orifices, and celestial light surrounded it. It kept on breathing in the surrounding purple clouds. In the process of breathing in the purple clouds, there were 10,000 celestial projections that appeared around it. They surrounded it and chanted continuously. They seemed to be praying and also seemed to be giving blessings. This made the Khanate God-Fiend seem even more precious. This was a natural-born divine fetus. Inside, it was the future celestial lord of the immortal Tao. It was born in the middle of the Purple Clouds Peak, and it was also the place where the Hongjun Tao ancestor cultivated. Born here, it was naturally tainted with a trace of the immortal Tao. It was very noble and could be called the child of the immortal Tao. If not for the Khanate god-fiend in the ruins of Mount Buzhou, which was tainted with the blood of Pangu and the blood of the chaos demonic god, it would be too extraordinary. The first Khanate god-fiend to be born in the three realms would undoubtedly be him. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning had high hopes for him. Coming in front of the divine fetus, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning raised the Panga banner and released streaks of chaos origin energy to speed up his birth. At the same time, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was also secretly forming a seal. He drew the ancestral power of Mount Kunlun and the chaos origin energy to strengthen the divine fetus. It had to be said that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, who had the entire Mount Kunlun, was much more convenient than others. Not to mention anything else, just the ancestral vein energy was so precious that it wasn't inferior to the chaos quintessence energy. At the same time, on the other side of Mount Kunlun, where West Kunlun was, the Queen Mother of the West was also secretly mobilizing the power of the entire West Kunlun to continuously nurture the Khanate god-fiend in front of her. That divine fetus was indeed nurtured in West Kunlun, but the Khanate god-fiend nurtured in it had long been taken over by someone else. That's right, the Khanate god-fiend nurtured Dong Wang Kung. The wisp of Dong Wang Kung's Khanate indestructible true spirit that the Queen Mother of the West had secretly taken away was injected into this Khanate god-fiend to be nurtured again. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was nurturing him. Obviously, she wanted to let Dong Wang Kung fight for the opportunity to be first. She had no choice. Other than the great perfection of Sage to Be and the supreme grade Khanate spiritual treasure Jingyang Bell, Dong Wang Kung had nothing left. He had even lost his identity. As a last resort, the Queen Mother of the West had let Dong Wang Kung fight for the opportunity to be first in order to increase his chances of achieving Tao in the future. On Golden Turtle Island, the remaining disciples of the Jie sect formed a mysterious Khanate formation under the leadership of Xinqing. They directly absorbed the chaotic qi from the void and transformed it into the most primitive Khanate origin. They kept injecting it into the Khanate god-fiend in the center of the formation. Meanwhile, the Tongtian sect leaders divine will control the fairy slaying sword formation and crazily gathered the killing power between heaven and earth. He then refined it and injected it into the Khanate god-fiend to help him transform. This was the Khanate god-fiend nurtured by Golden Turtle Island. It was born from the combination of the essence qi of the East Sea and the spiritual qi of Golden Turtle Island. When it was first nurtured, it had inherited the mark of the fairy slaying sword formation. It was quite extraordinary and was born to be a killing god. At this moment, the Tongtian sect leader was using the power of the entire sect to nurture this Khanate god-fiend to fight for the opportunity to be first. Other than the three pure ones, it was the two saints of the West. On Mount Meru, a grade 9 virtuous golden lotus bloomed with bright light. There was also a shocking spirituality contained in it. Obviously, this grade 9 virtuous golden lotus already had spirituality and was about to transform. The West was not as rich as the East, and Mount Meru had been through many wars. There was not much of its origin left. It was not enough for itself, let alone for others. The chaos demon god's origin was used to repair the West's ancestral veins and strengthen the West's origin of the earth. It could not be used. Therefore, the two saints of the West gritted their teeth and directly bled, using their own Khanate origin to nurture this grade 9 virtuous golden lotus. The two saints of the West were also born with Khanate spiritual roots. Therefore, when the grade 9 virtuous golden lotus devoured their origin, not only would it not be affected, but would also gain a lot of benefits. The grade 9 virtuous golden lotus itself was a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure. Once it transformed, it would be the most superior Khanate god-fiend. Now that it had transformed after devouring the saint's origin, it would probably transform into the most powerful Khanate god-fiend. This golden lotus carried the high hopes of the two saints of the West. It should be the future of the Western sect. Speaking of which, the Western sect was becoming more and more like Buddhism. They both used lotuses as sacred objects, but one was a golden lotus and the other a black lotus. The commotion this time was so great that even Nuwa, who usually ignored worldly affairs, couldn't help but intervene. She released her divine will and brought the Khanate treasure cauldron of heaven and earth to an immortal mountain in the East Sea. This mountain was called Flower Fruit Mountain. There is a 5-colored immortal stone on the mountain, which was the same 5-color divine stone used to mend the heavens. When heaven and earth transformed, this divine sky-mending stone obtained an opportunity and contained a divine fetus, a Khanate god-fiend. Originally, it would take tens of thousands of years for this divine fetus to be born, but Nuwa came looking for fate and decided to give it an opportunity, allowing it to be born in advance. Rumble. The cauldron of heaven and earth vibrated, accepting the power of the universe and turning it into the divine sky-mending stone. It constantly strengthened the divine fetus inside. If it weren't for Nuwa's help, this divine sky-mending stone would give birth to a stone monkey after tens of thousands of years. It would be born with the will of chaos and create a great name. But after Nuwa took action, its fate changed. What was the cauldron of heaven and earth? It was a Khanate treasure and also the only treasure in the primitive world that could go against the Khanate heavens. After being refined by the cauldron of heaven and earth, the Khanate origin of the divine stone was further purified. The Khanate god-fiend inside was affected and began to transform. Its development became more and more complete. It evolved from a monkey to a human with a Khanate Tao body. At this moment, the divine sky-mending stone no longer gave birth to a spiritual stone monkey, but a divine sky-mending man who inherited the will of mending the heavens. He was even stronger. At the same time that Nuwa took action, Goddess Hutu also took action. The Chaos Treasure 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc suddenly trembled violently. Unparalleled power surged out of the nether realm, broke through the seal of the sky curtain, and came to the great chaos outside the realm, sweeping away all the chaos chi within 100,000 miles. Rumble. In the 6 paths, a large amount of chaos chi suddenly surged out of the cave that represented the shaman Tao. It was absorbed by Pangu's heart that floated in the depths of the shaman Tao. Bang, 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 bang. After a long time, Pangu's heart beat again, and a loud sound was heard. As it beat, heaven and earth resonated with it. It wasn't Pangu's heart resonating with heaven and earth, but heaven and earth resonating with Pangu's heart, beating with its rhythm. Bang! With every beat of Pangu's heart, a large amount of chaos chi was absorbed by it. Then, purple blood accompanied by purple murderous aura flowed on Pangu's heart. The purple blood was Pangu's blood, and the purple murderous aura was the heavenly god's murderous aura. Pangu's heart produced blood again, which meant that it was beginning to give birth to a Khanate Grand Magus. What was a Khanate Grand Magus? It was a Grand Magus that was directly transformed from Pangu's blood, not a Grand Magus that was cultivated. The Grand Magus that was transformed from Pangu's blood essence was a Grand Magus. It was a natural-born, sacred existence that was destined to attain the Tao. The Grand Magus that was transformed from Pangu's blood was a Khanate Grand Magus. Each of them was a top-notch Khanate god-fiend, and they had a very high chance of attaining the Tao in the future. Gradually, Pangu's heart beat faster and faster, and the chaos chi around him disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 8:21. The purple blood in Pangu's heart flowed faster and faster, and the Du Tian divine, murderous chi became denser. Not long after, wisps of magical life force burst out of Pangu's heart and spread across the place. A new Khanate Grand Magus was born. After so many years, a new Khanate Grand Magus was born in Pangu's heart again. And this Khanate Grand Magus was the Khanate divine demon that Goddess Hutu used to fight for the first opportunity. In the North Continent, where the demons were Dong Huang Tai looked at the connate, godly fetus in front of him with nostalgia in his eyes. One could see that the connate, godly fetus in front of Dong Huang Tai was surrounded by a layer of dazzling, true sunfire. Through the dazzling golden flames, one could see that there was a three-legged golden crow in the connate, godly fetus, slowly spreading its wings. This connate, godly fetus had given birth to a little golden crow, not on the sun, but in the North Continent, in the demon's base camp. It was unbelievable that a creature like the great sun golden crow was born outside the sun star. Then how did it come to be? It wasn't that Dong Huang Tai's methods were heaven-defying, but he found the corpses of the 9 little golden crows that had died long ago. He used a supreme divine power to merge the origins of the 9 little golden crows. At the same time, he used a heaven-defying method to cut off a trace of the creation chi of heaven and earth, which gave birth to the 13th little golden crow in the eldritch world. This connate, godly fetus was born with the power of the 9 little golden crows. Once it was born, it would be a top-tier connate divine demon, and it was the candidate that Tai used to fight for the first opportunity this time. At the end of the distant sea, there was a small island filled with chaotic chi. No one knew when it was born or when it existed. In short, it was very mysterious. However, the spiritual aura on the island was quite shocking. It was not inferior to a top-tier blessed grotto heaven. It was not much weaker than the 3-deity island of the Xianxing sect. This island was another top-tier holy land. At this moment, a mysterious purple-clothed man suddenly appeared on this uninhabited island. The person who came was very strong. The connate formation on the island seemed to not exist in front of him, allowing him to pass through it easily. Soon, the mysterious man in purple arrived at the center of the island, where the innate divine fetus was shrouded in chaotic chi. That's right, there was also an innate divine fetus on this mysterious island. Judging from the chaotic energy swirling around it, it was clear that the innate god born from this innate divine fetus would be ridiculously strong. Even the weakest one would be a top innate god. As for the mysterious purple-robed man, if a powerful cultivator were here, they would recognize him as the #1 person in the desolate era, Dao, ancestor Hongjun. He actually left the Purple Cloud Palace and came to this mysterious island to see an innate godly fetus in person. Then what exactly was the origin of this innate divine fetus to actually be able to attract so much attention from the Dao ancestor? After standing in front of the innate divine embryo for a long while, Dao ancestor Hongjun opened his mouth and said earnestly, "Hongyun, I hope this experience can help you change your bad habit of meddling in other people's business." Hongyun, the innate divine fetus that was born, was actually ancestor Hongyun. No wonder the Dao ancestor came here personally. Did Dao ancestor Hongjun come here to give birth to ancestor Hongyun so that he could fight for the #1 opportunity? Of course not. Ancestor Hongyun was an innate divine being, the top existence in the desolate era. To him, it was not important whether he had the #1 opportunity or not. Dao ancestor Hongjun came here to end the karma between him and ancestor Hongyun. Back then, ancestor Hongyun gave up his position in the Purple Cloud Palace to the 2 sages of the West, causing the Xian sect to lose 2 sages. Because of this, ancestor Hongyun and the Xian sect formed a huge karma. This was also the reason why ancestor Hongyun could not become a sage, even though he possessed the Hongmeng Purple Cloud. If the huge karma on him did not end, how could he become a sage? Dao ancestor Hongjun was also a petty person. Ancestor Hongyun had spoiled his plans and caused him to lose 2 sages. He was angry. It was good enough that he did not find trouble with ancestor Hongyun. Why would he take the initiative to end the karma with him? Therefore, Dao ancestor Hongjun did not do anything when ancestor Hongyun was in trouble. But today, things changed, and Dao ancestor Hongjun had to take the initiative to come here. It was because Dao ancestor Hongjun, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt that there was a change in the heavens and that the Xian sect was in danger of losing their luck. Dao ancestor Hongjun was immediately awakened by this feeling. Then, He hurriedly activated the fragment of the jade butterfly of fate to deduce the reason for the change in the heavens. In a short while, Tao ancestor Hongjun found out the reason. The two sages of the West had the intention to stand on their own. They planned to set up another sect and create their own sect. Tao ancestor Hongjun did not care about whether the two sages of the West were independent or not. He did not like the two of them, and it was good that they left. However, the two of them could leave. But if they set up another sect, it would undoubtedly cause the Xian sect to lose their luck and become the foundation of their new orthodoxy. Tao ancestor Hongjun could not tolerate this. Good Lord, he even tried to poach him. What was the meaning of this? Did he really think that he, Hongjun, was old and couldn't lift a knife? Unfortunately, even if Tao ancestor Hongjun had supreme abilities, he could not do anything. The independence of the two sages of the West was the inevitable result of the evolution of the heavenly way. As a part of the heavenly way, Tao ancestor Hongjun could not disobey the heavenly way and attack the two sages of the West. Therefore, even if he was unwilling, Tao ancestor Hongjun could not stop them. It seemed that the independence of the two sages of the West was inevitable. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the more Tao ancestor Hongjun thought about it, the angrier he became. The Xian sect was his painstaking effort. How could he tolerate the two traitorous disciples destroying his painstaking effort? It had to be said that Tao ancestor Hongjun was indeed the most cunning old man in the primitive world. After sitting cross-legged in the Purple Cloud Palace for a few days, he really thought of a way to break the situation. Since he could not stop the two sages of the West from establishing their own sect, he would let nature take its course and ignore it. After it thrived, he would send people into the new sect and bring it back to the Xian sect. In this way, the luck of the Xian sect did not decrease. Instead, it increased a little. This plan could be said to be brilliant. If it succeeded, all the hard work of the two sages of the West would be done for the sake of the Xian sect. Moreover, they would offend all the experts of the Xian sect. How miserable would that be? However, although the plan was good, it was not easy to succeed. He had to find a suitable person to carry it out. Tao ancestor Hongjun thought about it and decided that the candidate would be ancestor Hongyun. In the primitive world, there was no one more suitable than him to carry out this plan. There was no other reason than that the two sages of the West owed ancestor Hongyun. The karma of becoming a sage was huge. If ancestor Hongyun joined the Western sect, the two sages of the West would at least confer him the title of the third sect master. They would not dare to look down on him. Tao ancestor Hongjun sent ancestor Hongyun to convert the new sect established by the two sages of the West. Therefore, Tao ancestor Hongjun personally came to the birthplace of ancestor Hongyun. He planned to suppress him and delay his birth so that he could be born when the two sages of the West established their own sect. Delaying the birth of ancestor Hongyun was easy for Tao ancestor Hongjun. He did not need to use any underhanded means. He only needed to preach to the innate godly fetus that gave birth to ancestor Hongyun. After ancestor Hongyun listened to the preaching of Tao ancestor, he was enlightened and naturally entered the state of enlightenment. This affected the timing of his birth. This was not a problem at all. Moreover, ancestor Hongyun would not blame Tao ancestor for delaying his birth. Instead, he would be grateful to Tao ancestor for giving him an opportunity. Wasn't it an opportunity to listen to Tao ancestor Hongjun's preaching of Tao? The pitiful two sages of the West did not make the Western sect prosper. In the end, they had no choice but to come up with a method that was not a method. That was to establish another sect and cut off part of the luck of the Xian sect to make the Western sect prosper. It was a good idea. However, before it could be implemented, Tao ancestor Hongjun saw through it and formulated a countermeasure. The two sages of the West did not know about it. They thought that they were doing it secretly and were preparing to establish another sect. They were pitiful. Everyone had their own plans. Feng Zichen was no exception. It could be said that among his avatars, other than Gaochen, Xian Qing, Dong Jun, and ancestor Yin Yang, the rest had their own plans. For example, in the ultimate, a dark abyss was looming. It was as if there was a crack in the heavens and earth, releasing endless demonic chi. This was the demon abyss, the holy land of the heavenly fiend sect. When the eldritch world was transforming, the ultimate and the demon heart were not idle. They secretly set up a formation. When the heavens and earth were being destroyed, they crazily absorbed the calamity chi and evil chi in the heavens and earth and turned them into the purest demonic chi. Then, the two of them merged the demonic chi with part of the ultimate's origin. Using it as a foundation, they created a holy land of the demonic sect. It was the demonic abyss in front of them. The demonic abyss was boundless and had no end. It merged with the ultimate's origin and stood in the void. It could spontaneously absorb the calamity chi and evil chi in the heavens and earth and turn them into pure demonic chi. In order to create the demonic abyss, the ultimate and the demon heart had invested all of their wealth. Even so, the demonic abyss in front of them had not been truly born. It was only a half-finished product. Otherwise, the demonic abyss would have been truly born and would have stood tall in the boundless void instead of looming in the void like it was now. Even so, the demonic abyss gained some benefits when the heavens and earth transformed and the Khanate creation chi filled the air. One could see that in the depths of the demonic abyss, endless demonic chi was surging and gathering, slowly turning into several Khanate divine fetuses. These Khanate divine fetuses were the future of the heavenly fiend sect. They were the Khanate divine fiends that the heavenly Tao had specially nurtured in order to prosper the heavenly fiend sect. At this moment, the ultimate and the demon heart were working together, using all their strength to gather the world's origin and slowly strengthening these Khanate divine fetuses. The demonic abyss's origin was weak. Even if they put all their strength together, it was impossible to produce Khanate divine fetuses. Therefore, the ultimate and the demon heart did not care about fighting for first place at all. The two of them only had the attitude of having fun and fighting for the opportunity to be first place. Could not fight for it. That was too normal. It would be abnormal if they succeeded. The ultimate and the demon heart were not in a hurry, because they knew that with the primordial self's backup plan, they would definitely win this fight for first place. After all, the Khanate divine fetuses in the primordial self's hands were too special and too precious. Even the Khanate divine fetuses in the ruins of Mount Buzhou might not be comparable to the one in Feng Zichen's hands. Feng Zichen used honorifics instead of honorifics to show how much Feng Zichen valued him. In the underworld, endless yin qi filled the air and gathered in one place. It was the ancestral land of the ghost Tao, Fengdu Mountain. One could see that at the peak of Fengdu Mountain, and Khanate divine fetuses surrounded by ghost qi was releasing a strange light. The Khanate yin qi that surged from all over the underworld was absorbed by the Khanate divine fetuses as the light swallowed it. And this Khanate divine fetuses gave birth to the first Khanate god fiend of the ghost Tao. His appearance was a sign of the prosperity of the ghost Tao. There was more than one Khanate divine fetuses born in the underworld. There were even better ones. However, the Emperor of Fengdu valued this Khanate divine fetuses the most because they carried the future of the ghost Tao. The Khanate god fiend born from this Khanate divine fetuses would definitely lead the ghost Tao out of the underworld and let the entire three realms hear the ghost Tao's name. Apart from this Khanate god fiend, there were many other wonderful Khanate races born in the underworld. Among them, the one that caught the Emperor of Fengdu's attention the most was the special race born from the ghost Tao, the ghost race. Even ghosts could be born from heaven and earth. This world was getting more and more mysterious. To be honest, the ghost Emperor of Fengdu valued the Khanate divine fetuses very much. If it weren't for the fact that the Khanate divine fetuses in his true body was too powerful, he would have helped this Khanate divine fetuses fight for the first place. In the central divine region, the ancestral land of the human race, under the world tree, 9 human prodigies gathered. They bathed in the world tree's radiance and kept swallowing the world origin that it emitted. Compared to the others, the North Star was much more realistic. He didn't need to look for connate divine fetuses to nurture. There were so many human prodigies who cultivated the god-fiend Tao and were about to transform into connate god-fiends. If that was the case, why didn't the North Star nurture his own prodigies and transform them into connate god-fiends? Why did he look for incarnate divine fetuses to nurture? Could it be that human prodigies were weaker than connate god-fiends? Therefore, the North Star selected the 9 most outstanding prodigies of the human race and had them cultivate under the world tree. The world origin would help them undergo the final transformation and transform them into connate god-fiends. The connate divine fetuses in the boundless starry sky were very powerful and honorable. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any problems if they were to fight for the first place. However, Feng Zichen had always been cautious in everything he did. He always had to be prepared for both sides to prevent any accidents from happening. Nothing was absolute. Overconfidence could lead to failure. P.S. I'm too tired today. I've been filling a septic tank for the entire afternoon. Chapter 822. A postnatal innate god-fiend was still an innate god-fiend. They could still fight for the first place. The world origin was a treasure that was not inferior to the world origin. It had the ability to nurture innate god-fiends. If those human prodigies absorbed it, it would undoubtedly be much easier for them to transform into innate god-fiends. Now, it all depended on their own fortunes. Whether they could be the first to transform into innate god-fiends would affect their future achievements. Although Feng Zichen was more optimistic about the innate Tao embryo in the boundless starry sky, if the human prodigies could be born before him, then Feng Zichen was still very much looking forward to this scene. This meant that the human prodigies were not inferior to any innate god-fiends. While everyone was busy, great Emperor Ziwei's divine consciousness wobbled into the boundless starry sky. Then, he walked towards the center of the starry sky at a leisurely pace. There was a majestic divine mountain that exuded endless divine might. It suppressed the entire boundless starry sky, making it unusually stable. Even if several primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian were to fight here, it would be difficult to shake this place at all. And this divine mountain was none other than Mount Buzhou. At the end of the ancient era, Mount Buzhou collapsed. Its broken body was moved into the boundless starry sky by Feng Zichen's supreme divine power. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was because the boundless starry sky was on the verge of shattering at that time and could collapse at any time. Therefore, Feng Zichen moved Mount Buzhou's body and used its remaining divine might to suppress the void that was about to shatter, temporarily stabilizing it. The second reason was because of Feng Zichen's selfishness. He wanted to see if he could restore Mount Buzhou to its peak with the power of the god Pangu. At its peak, Mount Buzhou could suppress the entire Eldritch world. Its power was not inferior to that of a Chaos Supreme treasure. If Feng Zichen really succeeded, it would mean that he had mastered a treasure that was comparable to a Chaos Supreme treasure. Just thinking about it made people look forward to it. Therefore, Feng Zichen brought the broken mountain of Mount Buzhou back to the boundless starry sky, and the result did not disappoint him. Following the upgrade of the entire boundless starry sky, this section of Mount Buzhou had also benefited greatly. Not only had it evolved into Mount Buzhou, but it had also nurtured an ancestral vein. It was not the Eastern ancestral bloodline or the Western ancestral bloodline. It was the ancestral bloodline of the primordial world, the ancestor of all bloodlines. In short, the ancestral vein in Mount Buzhou was the first ancestral vein that was born at the beginning of the world. Originally, this ancestral vein had been destroyed along with the collapse of Mount Buzhou. However, at this moment, Mount Buzhou had been transformed into the divine Mount Buzhou. The ancestral veins that were supposed to be dead inside the mountain were affected and were rejuvenated. What a great fortune! The new divine Mount Buzhou, naturally, could not be compared to the original one. However, it cannot be underestimated. In terms of power, this mountain was not inferior to any Chaos Supreme treasure. In some aspects, it was even superior. This was a true supreme treasure. Once this mountain appeared, it suppressed everything. Under the Wuji Daluo Jinxian, there was no way to resist. There was no other possibility except that everything was frozen. Moreover, with the suppression of the small Mount Buzhou in the boundless starry sky, there was no need to worry about it being breached by outsiders. If one wanted to shatter the boundless starry sky, one had to shatter the small Mount Buzhou first. The small Mount Buzhou was very powerful. It stood at the center of the boundless starry sky, directly below the Emperor's star. It emitted endless Pangu's divine power, stabilizing the entire boundless starry sky. Feng Zichen had come for it. That's right, the innate divine fetus that Feng Zichen valued so much was nurtured by the small Mount Buzhou. Even Feng Zichen did not discover that there was a trace of Pangu's essence left in the broken Mount Buzhou. This trace of Pangu's essence, along with the broken Mount Buzhou, was brought into the boundless starry sky by Feng Zichen and nourished by the power of Pangu's divine power. And with the nourishment of Pangu's divine power, this trace of Pangu's essence gradually gave birth to a faint trace of vitality. The vitality was very weak, and there was almost no possibility of it evolving into life. But the creation of the world was just so wonderful. When the boundless starry sky was upgraded, everything in it was affected and more or less received some creation. The trace of Pangu's essence, which gathered the power of the boundless starry sky, the power of the innate ancestral veins, and the power of the small Mount Buzhou, finally underwent an unimaginable transformation and turned into an innate divine fetus. Incredible! The life formed by Pangu's essence was nurtured by Mount Buzhou. Although it was not born, Feng Zichen could already confirm that this innate divine fetus was nurturing an innate divine being, the true, authentic Pangu. It was really incredible. It had been hundreds of millions of years since the creation of the world. In this era, there was actually the birth of an authentic Pangu. It was really too surprising. To be honest, when Feng Zichen noticed the birth of this innate divine fetus, he was also surprised and felt that it was very unbelievable. This authentic Pangu could really be said to be the son of miracles. He was born at an incredible time, and he had great creation and great opportunities. For this reason, Feng Zichen once again had the idea of taking in a disciple. He wanted to take this innate divine being as his disciple. Taking the authentic Pangu as his disciple was indeed in line with the identity of great Emperor Zhui. After all, he was the most noble existence in the primordial world. His disciple should also be abnormally noble. And in the primordial world, was there anyone nobler than the authentic Pangu? No. This innate divine fetus seemed to be a disciple tailor-made for Feng Zichen. It was suitable in all aspects and in all senses. Speaking of disciples, it had to be mentioned that Feng Zichen had personally raised the three disciples that he had high hopes for. They were Feng Jie, Jiang Hui, and Jiang Xiong. It was really strange. Feng Zichen had been searching in the Realm Sea for tens of thousands of years. He had searched through countless upper-class worlds, but he did not find any trace of the three of them. It was also strange. It was as if the three of them were not in the Realm Sea at all. On the eve of the demon clan's invasion of the human clan, Feng Jie and the other two unexpectedly disappeared when they were traveling. Feng Zichen originally wanted to look for them, but he calculated that this was an opportunity for the three of them. They were sent into the upper-class world by the space storm. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen also gave up the idea of looking for Feng Jie and the other two. Left and right, it was to send the three of them to the upper-class world. Since the three of them had already gone, it saved Feng Zichen the trouble. At this point, countless years had passed, and during this period, there was no news of the three of them at all. Feng Zichen, who was originally very calm, was a little anxious now. He sent out doppelgangers several times to secretly sneak into the Realm Sea to find the whereabouts of the three of them. Unfortunately, he found nothing. After searching for several years, the only clue that Feng Zichen got was that the three of them had appeared in the Realm Sea for a short time before the Great Witch-Demon War had happened. Then soon, the three of them disappeared. Since then, there was no news of them. In the face of such a situation, if the feeling in his heart did not tell Feng Zichen that the three of them were not in trouble and were living well, Feng Zichen was afraid that he would have gone crazy long ago. That's right, the situation of the three of them was not very bad. Didn't you see that Feng Zichen even called the three of them they? Obviously, the three of them had reached the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests and had walked a very long distance on this path. Well, what Feng Zichen passed on to the three of them was the most ancient realm system, which was the version without the Sage-to-Be realm. The realm of the Daluo Taoist priests included everything. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not very clear about how strong the three of them were. Perhaps they were just ordinary Daluo Taoist priests. Of course, they could also be supreme Daluo, who was comparable to a Sage-to-Be. As for how strong they were, he would only know after meeting them. But Feng Zichen really cannot find them. It was really strange. Before this, Feng Zichen would never have thought that in this vast world, there were people that he could not find. It should be known that when he used all his strength, Pangu's Dharma form, his strength was enough to touch the realm above that of the Wuji Daluo Jinxian. Alas, even so, he still could not find the three of them. The place where they were was really hidden. At the same time, this also let Feng Zichen know that the secrets hidden in this world were far more mysterious than he had imagined. He still needed to be stronger. Not to mention the three of them. Since he could not find them anyway, Feng Zichen had no other choice but to secretly pray for them. While the other masters of the origin were using various methods to induce the birth of the innate godly fetus, Feng Zichen was still walking towards Mount Buzhou unhurriedly. Feng Zichen was not in a hurry at all, nor did he need to induce the birth of the innate godly fetus. This was because he firmly believed that the innate godly fetus bred by this innate godly fetus would definitely be the first to be born. Previously, Feng Zichen might not have been sure, but after seeing the innate godly fetus in the ruins of Mount Buzhou, he was sure of this point. The existence of the innate godly fetus was incredible. It was a combination of two great orthodoxies. But after all, it was not the blood of Pangu that bred it, but the sacred blood of Feng Zichen and the others. The difference between the first-generation blood and the second-generation blood seemed not big, but in fact, it was the difference between heaven and earth. Feng Zichen, the three pure ones, Goddess Hutu, and all the other Pangu orthodoxies were tied together. Even if they were tied together, they would not dare to say that they were 1,000th as good as their father. In this way, it could be seen that the difference between the two was not in the same concept at all. The blood of the Chaos Demon God was also the blood that had been weakened by an unknown amount. More than half of its divinity had been obliterated by everyone. With all these conditions added together, Feng Zichen could already conclude that the innate godly fetus was not as good as the one in the boundless starry sky. This was the authentic Pangu orthodoxies, and it could not be faked. It was the most honorable existence in the untainted land. In the untainted land, the authentic Pangu orthodoxies were the legitimate sons, while the Chaos Demon God was only the son of a concubine. The gap was too big. Moreover, the fate of the Pangu divine branch would not tolerate the birth of the innate godly fetus with the bloodline of the Chaos Demon God. It would definitely find ways to obstruct the birth of the innate godly fetus. There were too many obstacles. The innate godly fetus in the ruins of Mount Buzhou should not have existed in the first place. Therefore, the hardships it had experienced were also beyond imagination. However, Feng Zichen's focus was not on this, but on the birthplace of the two innate godly fetus. Mount Buzhou. The two innate godly fetus had one thing in common, and that was that they were both born in Mount Buzhou. One was born in the ruins of Mount Buzhou, while the other was born in the mountains of Mount Buzhou. They were both born in Mount Buzhou. It was a very strange phenomenon. Mount Buzhou had collapsed for so many years. Why were two innate godly fetus born in succession? Was this a coincidence? It did not look like it. It seemed to be deliberate. However, on second thought, Feng Zichen felt that it was a coincidence. It was certain that the innate godly fetus in the ruins of Mount Buzhou was deliberately created by someone. However, the birth of the innate godly fetus in Little Mount Buzhou was probably really a coincidence. After all, even Feng Zichen did not expect that an innate godly fetus would be born in Little Mount Buzhou. If even Feng Zichen did not expect it, how could others guess it? It should be known that this was the boundless starry sky where Feng Zichen's foundation was. Without his permission, even the way of heaven could not spy on this place. Therefore, Feng Zichen was confident that no one could do anything to this boundless starry sky. Before Feng Zichen walked to the front of Mount Buzhou, he suddenly heard a boom in front of him. Then, the whole untainted land was alarmed. Rays of colorful light spread out, connecting heaven and earth, spanning between heaven and earth. At the same time, all sorts of shocking phenomena appeared one after another, as if they were free of charge. Even the heavenly Tao was alarmed. It personally covered the sky with a layer of seven-colored light, making the entire world seem beautiful. This was the authentic Pangu was born. The various phenomena that appeared now were the blessings, praise of heaven and earth. The authentic Pangu was born holy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the son of heaven and earth. It would not be an exaggeration to give him any glory. Looking at the phenomena in front of him, Feng Zichen's heart moved, and he appeared in front of Little Mount Buzhou. He opened his heavenly God eye and saw that inside Little Mount Buzhou, where the innate divine meridians were, purple gas filled the air, intertwining with all kinds of strange phenomena. In the depths of the purple gas, there was a hazy, colorful light, which was constantly twisting and shrinking. When Feng Zichen rushed here, the light had evolved to its limit. It gradually took the shape of a human and then turned into a young Taoist. The young Taoist, like Feng Zichen, great emperor of Zhui, had purple hair and purple eyes. This was the sign of the authentic Pangu. The Pangu had purple hair and purple eyes. The great Tao was purple. As a person close to the Tao, the Pangu was also changing to purple. Therefore, his direct descendants inherited his power and were born with purple hair and purple eyes. As for why the 12 ancestors of the 3 pure ones were not like this, it can only be said that they were an exception. In addition to the origin of the Pangu, they also needed the innate clear and turbid origin. Naturally, there would be changes. This young Taoist was born with the cultivation of Lord of Tai, which was the standard sign of an innate holy being. Whether it was the 3 pure ones or the Dijun Tai, they were all born with the cultivation of innate Tao Lords. An innate holy being and an authentic Pangu was extraordinary. Of course, it was impossible for him to be born empty-handed. He had a lot of spiritual treasures with him. When the young Taoist was born, he held a treasure in each hand. Chapter 823. The Taoist held a drum in his left hand. It was the dust drum. The bell in his right hand was called the morning bell. When the two treasures were combined, they were called the morning bell and evening drum. They were top-notch Khanate numinous treasures that contained 45 Khanate divine restrictions. The morning bell and evening drum were treasures of the space-time attribute. They were extremely rare. In the primordial world, in terms of the Tao of space-time, only the heaven-opening treasure, the chaos bell, could suppress it. The rest could not compare to it. The power of this treasure was probably comparable to the He-Tu and the Luo Shu. It was the best Khanate numinous treasure below the true Khanate cardinal treasures. Apart from the treasures in his hands, the Taoist robe that the young Taoist was wearing was also extraordinary. It was called the Heavenly Crown Robe. There were 12 patterns on it: sun, moon, stars, mountain, dragon, flower, insect, zong-yi, algae, fire, pink rice, zong-yi, and fu were imprinted on the robe with a special method. They were vivid as if they were real. Those were the 12 patterns that only appeared on the emperor's robe. This young Taoist was probably a natural-born emperor since he wore that robe. The 12 patterns had different symbolic meanings. It was generally believed that the sun, moon, and stars were chosen for their illumination. Mountain was chosen for its stability. Dragon was chosen for its adaptability. Flower insect, a type of pheasant, was chosen for its elegance. Zone E, a type of sacrificial ritual, was chosen for its loyalty and filial piety. Algae was chosen for its cleanliness. Fire was chosen for its brightness. Pink rice was chosen for its nourishment. Zone, axe-shaped, was chosen for its decisiveness. Fu was chosen for its clarity. The virtues of an emperor were all here. Without a doubt, this robe was also a supreme-grade, connate numinous treasure. Yes, the star crown on his head was shining brightly under the illumination of the Tao light, emitting endless connate spiritual aura. It was at least a superior-grade, connate numinous treasure. 2 supreme-grade, connate numinous treasures and 1 superior-grade, connate numinous treasure. A total of 3 connate numinous treasures were born. Pangu was indeed the son of heaven and earth. The treatment was good. As soon as he was born, the treasures he had surpassed 99% of the primordial world. Only a few living beings could compare to him. He was born rich. Disciple Buzhou greets master. The young Taoist Buzhou, came straight to Feng Zichen and bowed to him after he walked out of Mount Buzhou. Though Taoist Buzhou had just been born, he had gained sentience many years ago. Therefore, he recognized Feng Zichen and was very familiar with him. After all, when Feng Zichen was bored, he would sometimes preach to Taoist Buzhou and show his good side. Because of the friendship between them, Taoist Buzhou called Feng Zichen his teacher when he was born. You're not bad. Nodding his head, Feng Zichen said with satisfaction. With the name Buzhou, this disciple of his was very extraordinary. Perhaps the glory of Mount Buzhou would be renewed in his hands. To be honest, if one looked carefully at Taoist Buzhou's face, he would find that he was somewhat similar to Feng Zichen. It was normal. They were both Pangu's descendants, and their appearances were inherited from Pangu, so they were somewhat similar. Not to mention that Taoist Buzhou was born in the boundless starry sky. During the gestation period, it was inevitable that he would be contaminated with some of Feng Zichen's aura. Therefore, it was normal that he looked similar to Feng Zichen. To be honest, at this time, if the boundless starry sky gave birth to another innate saint with the property of stars, Feng Zichen would have to admit that he had a son, a real biological son, even if he didn't want to. Their bloodlines and origins were the same. Rumble. The moment Taoist Buzhou was born, the way of heaven immediately sensed it. A majestic fate gathered from all over the 3 realms and added to him. This was the fate of the first living being in the 3 realms. With the birth of Taoist Buzhou, the battle for the first place also came to an end. Feng Zichen won the final victory. The other masters at the level of origin naturally sensed the birth of Taoist Buzhou. On the one hand, they were shocked that there was a Pangu's descendant in this world. On the other hand, they quickly accepted the result. After all, he was a Pangu's descendant. With such a noble birth, wasn't it easy to occupy the fate of the first place? While accepting the result in their hearts, everyone slowed down their movements. Since there was already a result in the battle for first place, there was no need for the connate god fiends that they valued to be born in a hurry. They would let nature take its course. Thinking of this, everyone stopped their movements and withdrew their divine thoughts. They returned to the ruins of Mount Buzhou and looked at the special innate Taoist embryo. At this moment, everyone's mood was much more relaxed. They were all top masters in the world. After learning about the birth of Taoist Buzhou, they roughly guessed that this man was most likely the enemy of this innate Taoist embryo. The enmity between the two did not come from the fate of the first place, but from Mount Buzhou. One was born from Mount Buzhou, the other from the ruins of Mount Buzhou. The birth of both could be said to have inherited the fate of Mount Buzhou. Although Mount Buzhou had been destroyed, its fate was still there, and its merit that supported the world for countless years was still there. This was the legacy left by Mount Buzhou. If someone could inherit it, the great Tao would be completed and he would be destined to become the Daoyuo Jingxian of origin in the future. Taoist Buzhou and this innate godly embryo were both innate gods born in Mount Buzhou. This meant that both of them were qualified to inherit the legacy of Mount Buzhou. However, there is only one legacy of Mount Buzhou. In the future, there could only be one person who could achieve the Great Tao. Therefore, in the future, in order to achieve the Great Tao and to compete for the legacy of Mount Buzhou, these two were bound to fight endlessly. The winner would get everything, infinity, and immeasurable. He would achieve the Great Tao and the fruit of origin. He would transcend the world and obtain great freedom. The loser would lose everything and have nothing. Feng Zichen naturally understood the problem that everyone could think of. He called out to Taoist Buzhou, "Let's go. Follow me to the ruins of Mount Buzhou and see your future enemy of the Great Tao." While speaking, Feng Zichen's body was covered in purple gas. It wrapped around himself and Taoist Buzhou and directly disappeared on the spot. They came to the ruins of Mount Buzhou in front of everyone. At this time, no one knew what happened to the innate godly embryo. It was still not born and was still in the stage of being born. After greeting everyone one by one, Feng Zichen pulled Taoist Buzhou to the side and introduced him to everyone. "My fellow Taoists, I have just taken in a new disciple. His name is Buzhou, and he is not bad. In the future, if you meet him on the road, please take care of him for my sake. I don't want him to cause trouble for me." While speaking, Feng Zichen pulled Taoist Buzhou to the front and pretended to be displeased. "Brat, why don't you say hello to your seniors?" Taoist Buzhou heard and quickly went to greet them one by one. He called them seniors very sweetly. However, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to let him greet the three pure ones, Goddess Hoodoo, and the others. Instead, he first went around them and let Taoist Buzhou greet the others. Among those people, except for Goddess Nuwa, Dongwang Tai, and other origin primordial experts who accepted Taoist Buzhou's greeting calmly, the rest of the great divines all moved aside in the face of his greeting. They only accepted half of his greeting and did not dare to accept the full greeting. After all, he was the authentic Pangu and had a noble status. Apart from the saints, no one dared to accept his greeting. They were afraid that they would lose their luck. "Emperor, you must be joking. Your disciple is born holy and authentic Pangu. He is destined to become an existence in the future. I'm afraid that it won't be long before he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Poor Wei and the others. When we meet in the future, it's not certain who will take care of who." Seeing that Feng Zichen spoke so politely, someone joked and made everyone laugh. However, this sentence seemed to be a joke, but it was not necessarily not what everyone was thinking. Authentic Pangu. Looking at the authentic Pangu that still existed, except for Taoist Buzhou who had just been born, the rest had already reached the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Oh, ancestral which Xianming was not, but he would be soon. This was the future primordial chaos Taoist master. The great emperor of Ziwei had really taken in a good disciple. Faintly, everyone looked at him with envy. Why was such a good talent not their own disciple? Sigh, jealousy, envy. Even so, the great emperor of Ziwei still said that he was not bad. He was really taking advantage of others. Everyone could not help but spit a few times at Feng Zichen in their hearts. After Taoist Buzhou greeted everyone one by one, Feng Zichen pulled him to the front of the three pure ones and said to him, "Why aren't you coming over to greet your three uncle masters?" This seniority was not based on the Xianmen. From the perspective of the Xianmen, Feng Zichen had nothing to do with the three pure ones. He was not a member of the Xianmen at all. Taoist Buzhou's uncle masters was based on the bloodline of the Pangu. They were both authentic Pangu. As Feng Zichen's disciple, Taoist Buzhou had no problem calling the three pure ones uncle masters, unless the three pure ones gave up their identity as authentic Pangu or denied their identity as Taoist Buzhou. However, the three pure ones could not do either of these. Therefore, the three pure ones could only accept this cheap apprentice nephew. As for why they were called uncle masters and not uncle masters, of course, it was because the three pure ones were born much earlier than Feng Zichen. They were all of the same generation. Naturally, whoever was older would be the elder. Greetings, Uncle Masters. Taoist Buzhou stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the three Pure Ones. At the side, Feng Zichen did not say anything. He only stared at the three Pure Ones with a faint smile. This was the first time he was greeting the three Pure Ones. Feng Zichen did not believe that the three Pure Ones would not be embarrassed to not give a greeting gift. Just as Feng Zichen thought, the three Pure Ones were so proud. This was the first time they met the Taoist of Mount Buzhou. Of course, they would be embarrassed to not give a greeting gift. Not only did they have to give, but they also had to give. Otherwise, once this matter spread, everyone would say that the three Pure Ones were stingy. The Grand Pure One smiled and reached out to help Taoist Buzhou up. He said, "What a good child." At this point, the Grand Pure One touched his sleeve and took out a purple pearl. He handed it to Taoist Buzhou and said, "Poor Wei doesn't have anything good. I'll give you this Tai Ching pearl to protect yourself." The Tai Ching pearl was formed from the Khanate Tai Ching Qi. It was the natal numinous treasure of the Grand Pure One. It contained 36 Khanate divine restrictions and was a rare treasure among superior-grade Khanate numinous treasures. Taoist Buzhou could not reject it. He could only accept the Tai Ching pearl and thank the Grand Pure One continuously. After the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning took out a jade-colored pearl. It was a superior-grade Khanate Spirit Jade pearl formed from the Khanate Jade Pure Qi. The Grand Master of Heaven took out a green pearl. It was also a superior-grade Khanate numinous treasure. The two of them handed the treasures to Taoist Buzhou. At the side, Feng Zichen could not help but smile when he saw that. When the three pearls were combined, it would be the supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure, the three Pure Ones pearl. It contained the nine heavens clear Qi and was an immortal Tao treasure with endless uses. He had obtained a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure just by bowing. This time, Taoist Buzhou had really profited. As for why Feng Zichen was happy, of course, it was because he had taken advantage of the three Pure Ones. In the primordial world, how many people dared to take advantage of the three Pure Ones? As long as he could take advantage of the three Pure Ones, Feng Zichen would be very happy. Moreover, the three Pure Ones could not return the loss this time. When Feng Zichen's disciples bowed to them, they wanted to give them a greeting gift. However, when their disciples bowed to Feng Zichen did not need to give them a greeting gift. The reason was very simple. The disciples of the three Pure Ones were not authentic Pangu. It had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. If the three Pure Ones wanted to take revenge, they could take in an authentic Pangu as their disciple. If they could not do it, they would definitely suffer. After the three Pure Ones, Feng Zichen led Taoist Buzhou to greet the Lady of Earth. "This is your Uncle Master, Lady of Earth." Taoist Buzhou obediently greeted her as Uncle Master. The Lady of Earth smiled, took out a long whip, and gave it to him. It was a superior-grade Khanate numinous treasure, the mountain-moving whip. It had the ability to command mountains. After the Lady of Earth, Feng Zichen led Taoist Buzhou to greet the Gaochen and called him Uncle Master. Unfortunately, the Gaochen was poor and could not take out a superior-grade Khanate numinous treasure. After all, he had the entire human race to feed. No matter how rich he was, he would be squeezed dry. However, everyone knew that the human Emperor Gaochen and Great Emperor Ziwei were as close as brothers. At this time, if he didn't take out something good for his nephew, who knew how many rumors would be spread? After thinking about it, the Gaochen took a branch from the World Tree and gave it to Taoist Buzhou. The branch of the World Tree had endless magical uses. In terms of value, even if it was not as good as a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure, it was not far off. In any case, it was definitely more precious than a superior-grade Khanate numinous treasure. Giving such a gift was in line with the relationship between the Gaochen and Great Emperor Ziwei. He was also ruthless. In order to trick the three Pure Ones, Feng Zichen had even tricked himself. How ruthless! Just as Taoist Buzhou was reaping a bountiful harvest, The connate divine fetus that had been accumulating power for a long time was finally about to be born. Boom! With a loud rumble, the colorful divine blood in the blood pool below the connate divine fetus suddenly began to shrink, turning into waves of powerful energy that surged into the connate divine fetus. Whoosh! Endless light of the way rose, and within the dazzling divine light, a huge figure gradually appeared. In an instant, an inexplicable pressure of Taoist priests spread. Chapter 824. Taoist priests. This special connate godfiend had the cultivation base of the Daoyuo Taoist priest the moment he was born. This was not a good sign. For a moment, everyone frowned. Throughout the history of the primordial world, when great Emperor Zhui was born, he had the strength of a top-notch great divine ability. The rest, including Dao ancestor Hongjun, only had the cultivation base of Tai Jingxian when he was born. This seemed to be a silent rule that all connate godfiends had to abide by when they were born. The greater the phenomenon at birth, the greater the potential and the greater the future achievements. This was true. However, it was not necessarily a good thing to be born with high strength. One had to know that often, things that were too heaven-defying would be attacked by the heavenly Tao. He had the cultivation base of the Daoyuo Taoist priest the moment he was born. He was even more impressive than Dao ancestor Hongjun and had caused such a big commotion. Wasn't this a live target for the heavenly Tao, waiting for it to attack? Back then, great Emperor Zhui was able to be born smoothly. In addition to his noble status, it was mainly because he had the merit of saving the world. He stabilized the boundless starry sky, stabilized the heavenly realm, and saved the primordial world. It could be said that his merit was boundless. With this merit, no matter how heaven-defying great Emperor Ziwei's performance was, the heavenly Tao would not target him. Instead, it would reward him for his contributions to saving the world. Great Emperor Zhui had the merit of saving the world, so he could do things without any restrictions. However, this special connate godfiend had nothing. Therefore, the moment he was born was the moment his calamity arrived. He survived. He was born with a sacred birth, the most orthodox of orthodox, an inherited part of the legacy of Mount Buzhou. He had the possibility of attaining the Tao in the future and had a boundless future. However, everything was like the moon in the water, the flowers in the mirror. The ashes flew away without leaving a trace. However, the current him was not a complete Daoyuo Taoist priest. His strength had reached this level, but his realm had not caught up. His innate true spirit had not transformed into an innate indestructible true spirit. Only when he successfully survived the calamity could he achieve the true Daoyuo Taoist priest's realm. He's here. At this moment, someone whispered. Everyone looked up and saw endless dark clouds gathering in the sky. Lightning flashed in the cloud from time to time, exuding a terrifying heavenly might. The innate god's heavenly tribulation was here. Although Leisha had set up all the tribulations in the world, the heavenly Tao was not complete. There was an evasive one. Naturally, Leisha could not truly control all the tribulations in the world. In the untainted world, there were 3 calamities. They were constantly changing, so even the sages could not see them clearly. Even a thunder lock could not control them. These 3 tribulations were the heavenly tribulation from the heavenly Tao, the earthly tribulation from the earth Tao, and the human tribulation from the human Tao. Among the 3 tribulations, the human tribulation was the most common one. It could be as minor as a quarrel or an impulsive murder, or as major as a deliberate murder. As he thought about it, his murderous intent rose. This was the tribulation of man. The murderous intent came from all living beings. Among the 3 tribulations, the heavenly tribulation was rare, but it was not non-existent. It was a natural phenomenon, such as wind, rain, thunder, lightning, landslide, tsunami, earthquake, meteorite fall. They were all a kind of heavenly tribulation. The murderous intent came from heaven and earth. As for the earthly tribulation, to be honest, although there was one in the untainted land, It was more like a stopgap. It was added forcibly to make up the three tribulations together with the heavenly tribulation and human tribulation. The earthly tribulation was born from the Tao. However, the Tao did not do anything. It only knew how to nurture all living beings and would never interfere with the operation of heaven and earth. Therefore, although the earthly tribulation was called, it never happened. Now, this special innate God was facing the heavenly tribulation of the three tribulations. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, he, who had the bloodline of Pangu and the bloodline of Chaos Demon God, was an anomaly. Now that he was born, he had the cultivation of Daluo Taoist priests. This made him a minor anomaly to a major anomaly. A major anomaly could not be left alive. Rumble. A bolt of innate lightning struck and shattered the Tao light on the innate God, making his image appear clearly in front of everyone. Yes, he had the same innate Tao aptitude as everyone else. He was as handsome and perfect as everyone else. However, there was an additional vertical pupil between his eyebrows. It was a chaotic divine eye that was surrounded by chaotic chi. Behind his back, there was also a pair of huge chaotic wings that flowed with an endless amount of chaotic energy. When his wings spread out, they were like a sky curtain. They were not much smaller than the wings of Kuanpeng. Yuan. Inexplicably, a message appeared in everyone's mind, letting them know the name of this innate God. Yuan. It was a very impressive name. Yuan, the origin of heaven and earth. It had the meaning of the beginning of a yuan and the renewal of all things. This innate God had this name, which showed that he was extraordinary. He was probably second only to the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning. Rumble. Another bolt of innate divine lightning struck down, bringing with it a world-destroying energy wave that swept towards Yuan. Kill. Yuan opened his mouth. This was the first sentence he said after his birth. However, it was not his name, but the extremely cold word kill. Kill if you want to live. Amidst his cold words, Yuan's dermic powers surged. The power of the Taoist priest spread out, and the faint shadow of the chaos demon god appeared behind him. Rumble. The innate lightning struck, but it was blocked by the chaos demon god behind Yuan. Both sides perished together and returned to nothingness. Yuan had safely passed the first heavenly tribulation. However, there were a total of 9 heavenly tribulations. Yuan had only passed the first one. It was still unknown whether he could pass the second and the next few. Yuan's future was still uncertain. Rumble. After the first innate lightning struck, the second one followed closely behind and struck with a loud bang. Break! Yuan's face turned cold. Behind him, a group of true Pangu phantoms appeared. Feng Zichen, the 3 pure ones, great Emperor Zhui, and the others were among them. Rumble. The second innate lightning struck, but it was blocked by the phantoms of the crowd and protected Yuan. On the side, Feng Zichen and the others saw this scene, and their faces darkened. To be born from their blood, this alone was already too much. But now, the other party could even create their phantoms to fight against the enemy. This made everyone feel abnormally disgusted. If this continued, would Yuan be able to trace back to the origin and directly derive everyone's bloodline, and then take away a part of everyone's fate? It was too disgusting. Thinking of this, the true Panga members all had the intention to kill Yuan. How could he let an outsider take a share of his luck when he was not related to him? How could there be such a logic in the world? When the killing intent arose, karma was born. In a trance, Feng Zichen, the 3 pure ones, and the others all had a strange feeling in their hearts. It was as if they could interfere with Yuan's heavenly tribulation if they wanted to. No one could interfere with the heavenly tribulation. This was common sense. But now, common sense was broken. What did this mean? It meant that Yuan's human tribulation had arrived. Only a tribulation could interfere with the tribulation. Yuan was born with everyone's blood, and he had formed a great karma with everyone. When Yuan was born, everyone had the intention to kill him. The heavenly path sensed it and automatically sensed it, giving everyone a chance to end the karma. How to end it? That was to let everyone become Yuan's human tribulation, so as to prevent his birth. Of course, it was not necessarily to prevent his birth. They could use other methods. As for how to do it, it still depended on everyone's opinions. The heavenly path could not force them. Rumble. While everyone was thinking, the third Khanate divine thunder had already struck. The vertical eye between Yuan's eyebrows suddenly opened, releasing a gray chaotic divine light, which blasted the Khanate divine thunder into pieces. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the others knew that they could not hesitate any longer. If they waited any longer, when Yuan passed the heavenly tribulation, the human tribulation would also be over. If they wanted to attack him again, the price would be too high. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's mind moved, and an inexplicable force gushed out of his body, spreading into the distance, and merging with the fourth Khanate divine thunder that was about to strike. Rumble. When the fourth Khanate divine thunder struck, Yuan spread out his wings like a cloud in the sky, stirring up endless chaotic qi, which turned into a storm and stirred up the fourth Khanate divine thunder into pieces. However, although the Khanate divine thunder was shattered, Feng Zichen's force was not. The inexplicable wave went all the way down, ignoring the turbulent chaotic storm, and directly fell on Yuan's body. Silently, a mysterious force was extracted from Yuan's body, causing his strength to drop a little. At the same time, the illusory image of Feng Zichen behind Yuan disappeared without a sound. That's right, the force that was extracted from Yuan's body just now was Feng Zichen's bloodline power. It was fine to kill Yuan, but before that, the first thing to do was to extract his bloodline power from him. Otherwise, it would be disgusting if Yuan was resurrected one day. After Feng Zichen, the rest of the people followed suit. Each of them used their own means to merge with the fifth Khanate divine thunder, trying to retrieve their bloodline power from Yuan's body. Rumble. When the fifth Khanate divine thunder struck, a large seal suddenly appeared in Yuan's hand. He threw it high into the air, carrying supreme divine power, and collided with the fifth Khanate divine thunder. In the next moment, the silhouettes of endless mountain ranges appeared. Each mountain was taller than the previous one, and an ancient and desolate aura assaulted his senses. This was Yuan's lifelong spiritual treasure, the supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure seal of mountains and rivers, which had 43 Khanate divine seals. This seal was formed after the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the last origin of the Khanate ancestral vein spirit, and the essence of thousands of mountains. As the name suggested, the seal of mountains and rivers gathered the power of mountains and rivers in one body, and it had the power to control the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth. After being hit by the seal, the fifth Khanate divine thunder was directly smashed into pieces. However, the power of the crowd ignored the seal of mountains and rivers and added to Yuan's body. Suddenly, Yuan let out a shrill scream. His strength was rapidly decreasing, and he was being extracted by an inexplicable force. Behind him, the shadows of the saints that symbolized his noble birth were shattered one after another. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. At this moment, other than the shadow of the chaos demon god, there was only the shadow of Mount Buzhou behind him. And this shadow of Mount Buzhou was the last remaining mark of the Panga divine branch on Yuan's body. If possible, the crowd really wanted to cut off this mark of Mount Buzhou from Yuan's body and completely cut off his connection with the Panga divine branch. Unfortunately, this was Yuan's foundation and also a gift from Mount Buzhou. With the strength of the crowd, it was possible to kill him, but it was difficult to cut off this mark. Boom! When the power of the crowd's bloodline was completely extracted from Yuan's body, his body suddenly shook, and his strength began to decline. From the level of the Daluo Taoist priests, he fell to the level of the Tai Taoist lord. After the crowd extracted their bloodline power, Yuan's origin was reduced by at least 1/3. After losing so much of his origin, it would be strange if his strength did not plummet. And after this, the chain reaction caught Yuan off guard. Originally, Yuan only needed to survive the heavenly tribulation to reach the level of the Daluo Taoist priests. But now, It seemed like this would become an extravagant hope. After this, for the time being, the level of the Daluo Taoist priest would not be fated with him. Just as Yuan was in a daze, the sixth bolt of Khanate divine thunder struck. This bolt of Khanate divine thunder came very quickly and was very powerful, but it still did not hurt Yuan. It was blocked by the shadow of Mount Buzhou behind him. And after this bolt of Khanate divine thunder, the power of the heavenly tribulation also decreased because of Yuan's strength. Rumble. The seventh bolt of Khanate divine thunder struck. Yuan, who had regained his senses, took out a long spear and pointed it at the sky. In an instant, a great destructive Taoist rhyme spread out wildly, destroying everything. The seventh bolt of Khanate divine thunder was destroyed by the Taoist rhyme before it could take effect. It was a top-tier Khanate spiritual treasure, the Great Spear of Destruction. This was a Khanate spiritual treasure born from the power of destruction that emerged after the collapse of Mount Buzhou and the remaining power of the Chaos Demon God. There were 45 Khanate divine seals in it, and it had the power to destroy everything. It was another killing treasure. Indeed, Yuan was very extraordinary. He actually had 2 supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. As expected of the innate saint born from Mount Buzhou. Very powerful, with the seal of mountains and rivers above his head and the great spear of destruction in his hand, and the shadows of Mount Buzhou and the Chaos Demon God alternating behind him. Yuan was indeed extraordinary and had the possibility of attaining the Tao. But unfortunately, his death was already sealed. This was because the true Panga lineage didn't want Yuan to live. In the beginning, everyone's hatred for Yuan came from the blood of the Chaos Demon God in his body. However, when they saw their figures appear behind Yuan, they made up their minds to kill him. Their bloodline could not be blasphemed. In this world, any living being who dared to blaspheme their bloodline should not exist. It was the same even if their bloodline was extracted. With this thought in mind, everyone tacitly used their divine abilities to increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! As lightning flashed, the 8th bolt of Khanate divine thunder that carried everyone's power slowly took shape. At this moment, Yuan was completely unaware of the danger. With a precious treasure in his hand, he was already certain that he would successfully survive the heavenly tribulation and descend into the world. Rumble. The innate divine lightning struck down, and Yuan smiled confidently. He held the great destruction spear in his hand and formed a scene of endless destruction as he stabbed it forward. P.S. Double monthly votes tomorrow. Begging for monthly votes. The tree at the door was blown away by the typhoon. Chapter 825. Boom! The spear collided with the Khanate lightning, and the power of destruction surged, easily shattering the Khanate lightning into pieces. However, at the moment when the Khanate lightning was destroyed, several mighty holy auras descended, directly crushing the power of destruction and enveloping Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Before he could let out a scream, Yuan's body began to disintegrate silently, turning into the purest essence energy of heaven and earth that scattered in all directions. At the same time, his Khanate true spirit was also shattering into specks of light that dissipated. Yuan had died. He did not die from the heavenly tribulation, but from the human tribulation. He was killed by Feng Zichen, the 3 pure ones, and the other Panga true disciples. Yes, it was very tragic, but also very impressive. Throughout the history of the Eldritch world, Yuan was the only one who could be killed by Feng Zichen, the 3 pure ones, and the other Panga true disciples. This was also a kind of glory. If word got out, it would definitely be recorded in the history of the Eldritch world. It was just that Yuan would definitely not like this glory. However, Yuan did not have the chance to speak now. He, who had not reached the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests, was really dead if he died. There was no possibility of resurrection if he was killed by everyone together. Yuan was already a thing of the past. He would probably set a record as the shortest Khanate saint in the Eldritch world. He died as soon as he was born. Seeing that Yuan was really dead, everyone's cold expressions slowly disappeared. They withdrew their power and used supreme magic power to destroy the bloodline power that was extracted from Yuan's body. This bloodline had already been blasphemed, so of course, everyone would not take it back into their bodies, nor would they allow it to exist in the outside world. Therefore, destroying it was the best choice. After doing all this, as the oldest Pengu true disciple here, the Grand Pure One thought for a while and was about to make a conclusion. Fellow Taoists, the one who blasphemed the bloodline of Father God is dead. At this moment, Feng Zichen seemed to have sensed something and suddenly frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Now that Yuan was dead, not only did he not feel relieved, but a bigger shadow appeared in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. At the same time, Feng Zichen also noticed that after Yuan died, the power he inherited from the legacy of Mount Buzhou did not dissipate, nor did it flow to Taoist Buzhou. Instead, it stayed where it was, as if it was waiting for something. Could it be that Yuan didn't die? This was impossible. If everyone attacked together, even Primordial Chaos Daoyuo Jingxian would die, let alone Primordial Chaos Dao Lord who had yet to reach the level of Taoist priests. Killing him would be as easy as flipping one's hand. There was no chance of survival. Even if Yuan was very special, it was the same. He was definitely dead. It was impossible for him to still be alive. But what was going on with the abnormality in front of him? With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen looked towards the place where Yuan had fallen. Then, he discovered a strange scene. He saw the mountain river seal and the great spear of destruction floating in the air motionlessly, with layers of Tao runes around them. Beside these two Dharma treasures was the essence chi of heaven and earth that Yuan had turned into after his death. They did not dissipate and merged into heaven and earth. Instead, they were suppressed by the two Dharma treasures and were stagnant on the spot. As he continued to look, he saw that there were specks of light floating in the essence chi of heaven and earth, emitting flickering Tao lights. Those were the fragments of the connate true spirit that Yuan had shattered. They did not dissipate and return to heaven and earth. Instead, they continued to be tightly entangled with the essence chi of heaven and earth that Yuan had turned into after his death. This is, with doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen could not help but interrupt the Grand Pure One. Wait, fellow Taoists, look, the situation has changed. Hearing that, everyone hurriedly looked in the direction that Feng Zichen indicated. Then they saw a strange scene. Like Feng Zichen, the three Pure Ones and the others did not understand what was going on. However, there were two people present who seemed to have seen through the trick. They actually shouted in unison, "Brother, you're the one who's going to die. Creation of living beings." From the voices, it was the Lady of Earth and Yuhua. Creation of living beings was not a strange term. Everyone understood what it meant when they heard it. It was the creation of life. According to the Lady of Earth and Yuhua, after Yuan died, his true spirit did not dissipate. It was actually nurturing living beings and recreating life. This cannot kill him. After killing Yuan, I will use his essence to create a new living being. Although it will no longer be the previous Yuan, this new living being can inherit everything from Yuan. It was equivalent to a different kind of eternal life. His body would not be destroyed, his true spirit would not be destroyed, and his essence would not be destroyed. However, a person's core intelligence would change. It shouldn't be to the extent of changing the core and not the outer core. With a thought, everyone stared at the ball of essence chi of heaven and earth. If it was really as everyone had guessed, then this Yuan was a little strange. He did not look like a normal living being. All of them had intellect, and everything else could be destroyed. However, this Yuan was the complete opposite of others. If his essence was not destroyed, his intelligence could be destroyed at any time. Such a living being could no longer be described as strange. No one doubted the truth of the Lady of Earth and Yua's words. This was because the two of them were supreme masters of the creation Tao. The Lady of Earth was known as the Mother of Earth. She had comprehended the creation Tao of nurturing all living beings from the Earth's virtuous bearing. On the other hand, Goddess Niwa needed the earth to create humans and living beings. She traced the true essence of living beings and understood the creation Tao of creating life from the evolution of all living beings. Two top-notch existences of the creation Tao had said at the same time that Yuan's essence was in the creation of living beings. How could it be false? One person might be wrong, but how could two people be wrong at the same time? While everyone was puzzled, the ruins of Mount Buzhou changed again. In the deepest part of the ruins of Mount Buzhou, where the Chaos Fiend God was originally sealed, an extremely dense aura of destruction suddenly emerged. In the center of this aura of destruction, everyone saw streaks of holy brilliance circulating, exuding an astonishing aura of creation. Connate divine light of creation. As the saying went, when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. In the extreme power of destruction, a wisp of the purest vitality was born. Connate divine light of creation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The connate divine light of creation flashed and surged toward the place where Yuan had fallen, brushing against the heaven and earth essence chi that he had turned into after his death. Then, an astonishing change happened. Wisps of vitality spread out from the heaven and earth essence chi. Then, under the influence of an unknown force, the heaven and earth essence chi began to gather again and gradually formed a human figure. Boom! Two hands appeared, one holding the great spear of destruction and the other holding the great mountain river seal. Then a pair of legs appeared and stood in the void. As soon as the limbs appeared, a body appeared, followed by a head. Gradually, a face that was identical to Yuan's appeared before everyone's eyes. However, although the face was the same, everyone knew that this was not the Yuan from before. He was already dead. This new Yuan had the same body, but his soul was completely different. Everyone watched silently as the new Yuan was born and did not interfere. Firstly, this new Yuan did not have their bloodline aura in his body, so everyone had lost their reason to attack. Secondly, the fate of this new Yuan was the same as his predecessors. They were both destined to die, without a doubt. Everyone knew this, which was why they had been watching his birth coldly from the sidelines. He did not die from the heavenly tribulation or the human tribulation, but from an accident. After this living being was born, his strength was only at the connate Tao Lord level, which was the conventional standard of an innate saint. He did not have any heaven-defying performance. Therefore, he would not suffer a heavenly tribulation. After they had taken action and retracted their bloodline, everyone had lost the chance to continue attacking Yuan. Therefore, he did not suffer a human tribulation. However, he had an unexpected tribulation. How could the divine powers of Feng Zichen, the three pure ones, and the others be so easy to deal with? Yuan was only a Tao Lord of Tai. In front of their power, he did not even have the chance to resist before he was killed. After Yuan was killed, this power did not completely dissipate. It remained there, fusing with the heaven-earth Yuan Qi that Yuan turned into after his death. In other words, after the new Yuan was born, this power lay dormant in his body. It was like a bomb that could explode at any time. Rumble. Flowers fell from the sky. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. An endless divine light filled the world as if it was covered with a thin layer of golden gauze. It was exceptionally beautiful. Another anomaly, another anomaly. This was the phenomenon of the birth of an innate saint. This meant that the new Yuan was about to be born. However, at this moment, an unimaginable wave of energy exploded in Yuan's body, directly shattering his body and crushing his connate true spirit. After suffering such a heavy blow, the newly born Yuan did not even have time to breathe the air of the three realms before he followed in his predecessor's footsteps and died. The second Yuan was dead. Rumble. With the death of the second Yuan, the entire ruins of Mount Buzhou shook, revealing a mournful feeling that reverberated through the space. At the same time, more connate divine light of creation surged, madly surging into the heaven-earth Yuan Qi that was formed after the death of the second Yuan. Soon the third Yuan was born. Like the second Yuan, his hands had finished evolving and reached out from the heaven-earth Yuan Qi. He held the great spear of destruction in one hand and the great seal of mountains and rivers in the other, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch them away. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook again. The phenomenon that had just receded, flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, appeared again. Following closely behind the two was the endless golden light. However, although the scale of this phenomenon seemed large, it was much smaller than before. It was no longer the treatment of an innate saint, but the treatment of a top-tier Khanate god-fiend. Clearly, the two consecutive heavy blows had caused a portion of Yuan's origin to dissipate. As a result, the third Yuan was no longer an innate saint, but a top-tier Khanate god-fiend. His level had dropped by 1. It seemed to be only 1 level, but the difference was boundless. How should one put it? One could see the difference from those who had achieved their Tao. Those who had achieved their Tao, such as Feng Zichen, Sanqing, Huitu, and Nuwa, were all innate saints. None of them were top-tier Khanate godfiends. Just this point alone was enough to see the huge gap between them. Under the constant nourishment of the Khanate divine light of creation, the third Yuan was quickly born. Unfortunately, his fate was no different from the previous 2 Yuan. He still couldn't escape the fate of death. There was a loud boom. A majestic saint aura erupted, shattering the third Yuan, his body and innate true spirit into pieces. The third Yuan was dead. However, with the death of the third Yuan, the remaining power of the crowd had weakened significantly. They wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. It was unknown whether it would be Yuan's origin that gave out first, or the remaining power of the crowd that gave out first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the death of the third Yuan, the Mount Buzhou ruins trembled even more violently. The mournful feeling became even more obvious. The howling of the wind could be heard, as if the ruins of Mount Buzhou were crying. In the next moment, the ruins of Mount Buzhou seemed to be enraged. Waves of destruction surged from the depths of the ruins and swept toward the outside world, destroying everything around them. That terrifying explosion of power caused even the most powerful experts to have a change in expression as they quietly retreated. Only primordial chaos experts could continue to stand where they were without any change in expression. Boom, boom, boom. When the waves of destruction surged to the extreme, the Khanate divine light of creation contained in Yuan's body gushed out at the same time, brushing toward the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth that had been formed after the death of the third Yuan. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the others couldn't help but frown. With such a powerful Khanate divine light of creation, their remaining power wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, after being destroyed 3 times in a row, Yuan's origin had also changed. As the saying went, things should not happen more than 3 times. The Khanate divine demons that had been born 3 times in a row had all died. At this moment, even with the support of so many Khanate divine lights of creation, Yuan's origin couldn't breed new Khanate divine demons. Every Khanate divine light of creation that brushed down would merge with a fragment of Yuan's true spirit, then carry a part of Yuan's origin and evolve into little life forms. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the others narrowed their eyes subconsciously. Seeing that it couldn't breed new Khanate divine demons, Yuan's origin changed its strategy. It no longer bred new Khanate divine demons, but divided the origin to breed little life forms, giving birth to a race. This was the Yuan clan, a race created by the Khanate origin after the death of the Khanate divine Yuan. They belonged to the Khanate race and were considered a Khanate race. At the same time, they inherited the power of the Panga divine branch and the Chaos demon divine branch, and were abnormally powerful. Moreover, the Yuan clan was probably the first Khanate race to be born in the 3 realms. It was also a good fortune. At this thought, Feng Zichen and the others silently calculated. They realized that even if they detonated all of their remaining power, they wouldn't be able to kill all of the Yuan clan beings. The birth of the Yuan clan was inevitable. Thinking of this, they gave up on killing the Yuan clan and started thinking about how to scheme against them and use them for their own purposes. Possessing two great bloodlines at the same time, the Yuan clan was definitely very powerful and one of the top Khanate races. Suddenly, the human Tao Emperor seal began to tremble violently in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness. Chaotic qi surged out, forming mysterious images. P.S. To be honest, I want to release more chapters too. Don't I know that the royalties will double after I release more chapters? But up until now, I've basically written original works. I've been thinking about the plot every day, so I can't release more chapters at all. Moreover, when I wrote this book, I didn't expect to write so many words at all. I've already used up the outline. I can't promise anything, but I can say that I'll release as many chapters as possible if conditions permit. Chapter 826. The Chaos Bead. These images came from the Chaos Bead. The human Tao Emperor seal had been refined from Panga's fingerbone, so it wouldn't use chaos energy at all. Only the Chaos Bead at the core of the seal would use chaos energy. Whoosh! Images flashed past, appearing clearly in front of Feng Zichen's eyes. That was what he saw made Feng Zichen frown involuntarily. He saw a strange race with 3 eyes and a pair of Khanate wings on their backs fighting the humans. Feng Zichen recognized their origins. They were the Yuan race, a Khanate race that had been reborn after Yuan's fall. Their appearances were extremely similar to Yuan. However, the divine eye on Yuan's forehead was the Chaos Divine Eye. The divine eye on the Yuan race's forehead was the Khanate Divine Eye. The wings on Yuan's back were the Chaos Wings. The wings on the Yuan race's back were the Khanate Wings. Although the gap between Chaos and Khanate wasn't as big as the gap between Khanate and Acquired, it wasn't small either. Clearly, the Yuan race that had been reborn after Yuan's fall had degraded an entire level of bloodline. However, this wasn't Feng Zichen's focus. No matter how miraculous the Yuan race was, it had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. What he really cared about was why the Yuan race was fighting with the humans. Puzzled, Feng Zichen continued to watch. Then, he saw a scene that shook his heart. One by one, the Yuan race's Daluo Taoist priests walked out of the void and fought with the human Taoist priests. The two sides fought in the chaos beyond the heavens. Terrifying shockwaves from their divine arts exploded, causing chaos energy to churn and set off terrifying chaos tides. At the same time, the humans' fortunes shook even more violently as the two sides fought. It felt like a great building was about to collapse. Was the Yuan race attacking the humans? Faintly, Feng Zichen seemed to understand something. These scenes originated from the future and were reflected by the Chaos Bead. The primal Chaos Bead was the strongest treasure in the Tao of time and space. Whether it was the Outer Realm or the Great Desolate Realm, there was no other treasure stronger than it. Under the true Tao, time and space were number one, and the Chaos Bead was precisely the human race's most precious treasure. The birth of the Yuan race made the Chaos Bead sense a threat. As a result, it began to operate on its own, searching for the origin of this threat in the endless future. Then he saw the possibility of the human race being attacked by the Yuan race from the countless possibilities, so he projected it in front of Feng Zichen. As a supreme treasure of the Tao of time and space, projecting the future was a simple matter. The Chaos Bead could easily do it without anyone noticing. In addition, the Chaos Bead was probably the only treasure in the primordial world that could freely enter and exit the river of space-time. In the past, Feng Zichen had not noticed it. However, when he broke through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian and continued to explore the remaining fragments of the Chaos Bead to completely restore it, he realized that it was probably impossible for him to restore the Chaos Bead in this life. This was because the largest part of the Chaos Bead's origin was actually used by Pangu to derive the river of space-time. In other words, Unless Feng Zichen could destroy the river of space-time, he would definitely not be able to restore the chaos bead. After realizing this, Feng Zichen gave up on the idea of restoring the chaos bead. Destroying the river of space-time? What a joke. Not to mention that he did not have the ability to do so. Even if he did, he would not dare to do it. Did he really think that Panga was dead? If he dared to do it, there might be a bright axe light at the end of the river of space-time that would send him to meet the Chaos Demon Celestial. However, although he could not restore the Chaos Bead, through this matter, Feng Zichen discovered that using the resonance between the Chaos Bead and its origin, he could freely enter and exit the river of space-time. This discovery comforted Feng Zichen's injured heart. It was better to have something than nothing. The Yuan race is really interesting. In his sea of consciousness, the great divination of divination was running wildly. Soon, Feng Zichen figured out all the reasons. The birth of the Yuan race was actually facilitated by the heavenly Tao. It was no wonder that the appearance of the Yuan race could hide from everyone's perception. With the heavenly Tao taking action, it was naturally difficult for everyone to detect everything about the Yuan race. And the purpose of the heavenly Tao was simple. It was to promote the birth of the Yuan race. Then, through the Yuan race, it would curb the development of the human race. The human race was developing too quickly. Not only did it make the saints nervous, but even the heavenly Tao was afraid. The heavenly Tao valued balance the most. When it discovered that the human race no longer had a natural enemy and their strength began to expand wildly, gradually breaking the balance, it should think of a way to balance the human race. And the Yuan race was the solution that the heavenly Tao thought of. They were a special, innate race that possessed the bloodlines of both the Panga divine system and the primal chaos divine system, and were the first innate race to be born in the three realms. The Yuan race was special, and they were born with great fortune. In the era of the three realms, the Yuan race, who was supported by the luck of the three realms, would definitely usher in a great opportunity. And the heavenly Tao's plan was to do its best to support the Yuan race and strengthen them. The heavenly Tao did not want the Yuan race to surpass the human race. That was unrealistic and impossible. Its purpose was very simple. It wanted to slow down the development of the human race by strengthening the Yuan race. The human race was developing too quickly. It should be appropriate to stop and rest. However, the human race was diligent and unwilling to stop and rest. Left with no choice, the heavenly Tao could only take action personally to let the human race rest. As for the scene that Feng Zichen saw just now, the Yuan race attacking the human race and shaking the luck of the human race, that was not the real future. It was just that among the countless futures, the human race's situation was the worst and the most difficult to happen. The Chaos Bead deliberately chose this possibility because it was afraid that Feng Zichen would not pay much attention to the Yuan race. Therefore, it projected the worst scene so that Feng Zichen would pay attention to it. The Chaos Bead was indeed the supreme treasure of the human race. It was considerate of a human race in all aspects. It even noticed such a small detail. It was thoughtful. The human race had developed to this point, and its foundation was deep enough. It was second only to the shaman and demon race at their peak. If it was overthrown by a small Yuan race that did not even have Khanate Ga-Fiend, it would be the biggest joke in the primordial world. Not to mention Feng Zichen, even the heavenly Tao did not dare to think so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created the Yuan race to keep the human race in check. The Yuan race was just a stumbling block that the heavenly Tao used to hinder the development of the human race. The human race's true opponent was still the demon race. A centipede died, but did not fall down. The heavenly Tao's focus was still on the demon race. It planned to nurture the demon race again and use them to deal with the human race. The so-called Yuan race was just a tool used by the king to buy time for the demon race to develop. After thinking through all of this, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh in his heart. The heavenly Tao is indeed the heavenly Tao. In the end, I still underestimated it. To be honest, the Heavenly Tao's operation was really a show of strength to Feng Zichen. It let him know who the real boss of the primordial world was. In this wave, the Heavenly Tao had predicted all of everyone's predictions in advance. It had calculated that everyone would not let Yuan be born and would definitely think of a way to kill it. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao was at ease and boldly nurtured Yuan, a special Khanate god fiend that was destined to die. All of their actions were within the Heavenly Tao's calculations. In fact, the Heavenly Tao had even predicted the matter of snatching the number one living being in advance. At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had known about the Heavenly Tao's plan, he would not have let Taoist Buzhou fight for first place that day. If Yuan had the luck of the number one living being, he might have survived today's death tribulation and truly been born. In that case, things would be much simpler. A person was easier to deal with in a group of people. Although Yuan was difficult to deal with, Feng Zichen had Taoist Buzhou and was confident that he could suppress him for the rest of his life. However, it was much harder to suppress the Yuan race than to suppress a person. The Heavenly Tao would really give Feng Zichen a difficult problem. If the Heavenly Tao's plan really succeeded, then the human race would be passive. Unfortunately, although the Heavenly Tao's plan was perfect, it still missed out. It did not expect that Feng Zichen actually had the space-time treasure, the chaos bead. The Heavenly Tao's perfect plan was accidentally seen through by the chaos bead, allowing Feng Zichen to sense the flaw. Now, the Yuan race had not been born, which meant that the Heavenly Tao's plan had not succeeded. This gave Feng Zichen a lot of room to operate. As he thought about it, Feng Zichen already had the idea of destroying the Heavenly Tao's plan. Didn't the Heavenly Tao want the Yuan race to be born to check and balance the development of the human race? Feng Zichen did not want it to do as it wished. He wanted to stop the birth of the Yuan race to destroy the Heavenly Tao's plan. This did not mean that Feng Zichen wanted to kill the Yuan race. This method was too crude and cruel. It did not match his character. Moreover, the price of doing so was too high. Killing a newly born innate race, and it was also an innate race that inherited the legacy of Mount Buzhou. If Feng Zichen really dared to do so, then he would probably welcome the last anger of Mount Buzhou. The terrifying power of the backlash might not be able to kill him, but it would definitely not let him have an easy time. It would be light if he was half dead. No matter how conceited Feng Zichen was, he would not think that his luck was higher than Mount Buzhou's, and that he could withstand its backlash without being injured. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not want to kill the Yuan race. There was no need to kill the Yuan race, because Feng Zichen had a better way to deal with the Yuan race. After recovering from his thoughts, Feng Zichen suddenly took a step forward and said with a cold expression, "The bloodline of Pangu is supreme and cannot be blasphemed. Even the Heavenly Tao cannot do that." As he spoke, Feng Zichen spread out his hands. The magic power in his body surged and absorbed the power of heaven and earth from all directions. It turned into the purest Khanate origin and swept in the direction of the birth of the Yuan race. Turning the power of heaven and earth into origin was the method of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Rumble. The power of heaven and earth origin spread out, and the vitality of heaven and earth that gave birth to the Yuan race was impacted and immediately shook violently. Crack! Crack! Affected by this, some of the divine fetuses of the Yuan race cracked as if they were about to split open. Rumble! The Heavenly Tao was furious, and endless Khanate lightning filled the air. The ruins of Mount Buzhou were also furious, and there was a fierce roar. Great destructive power spewed out, as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. These scenes were targeted at Feng Zichen. They were warning him to immediately stop what he was doing and not to attack the Yuan race. But in the face of these two threats, Feng Zichen was completely unmoved. He continued to transform the origin of heaven and earth and rushed to the place where the Yuan race was born. Crack! Crack! The cracking sounds from afar became denser. More divine fetuses of the Yuan race were shattered, but they did not die because of this. They just became weak. Therefore, although the heavenly Tao and the ruins of Mount Buzhou were angry, they did not really attack Feng Zichen. They only kept increasing their power to put pressure on Feng Zichen. To be honest, the heavenly Tao and the ruins of Mount Buzhou were also afraid. They were afraid that Feng Zichen did not have the intention to kill the Yuan race. He was just weakening the origin of the Yuan race or delaying the birth of the Yuan race. But as they attacked Feng Zichen, it stimulated his rebellious mentality, forcing him to make up his mind to attack the Yuan race. Therefore, the heavenly Tao and the ruins of Mount Buzhou did not dare to attack Feng Zichen. The rest of the people looked at the scene in front of them in confusion. They did not know what was wrong with Feng Zichen and why he suddenly attacked the Yuan race. However, the Grand Pure One, who had the highest realm, saw Feng Zichen's actions. He frowned and pondered. At a certain moment, when cracks appeared on all the divine fetuses of the Yuan race, Feng Zichen felt that it was about time. He withdrew his power and stopped transforming the origin of heaven and earth. Instead, he used his divine ability to guide the origin of heaven and earth that he had transformed into through the cracks on the divine fetuses of the Yuan race, surging into the living beings inside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After absorbing the origin of heaven and earth, the Yuan race living beings and the divine fetuses, who had become extremely weak, suddenly surged with powerful vitality. With their origin strengthened, they were undoubtedly stronger. Feng Zichen's strange actions puzzled the onlookers. What was going on this time? Wasn't he going to attack the Yuan race? Why did he suddenly strengthen the origin of the Yuan race? Was he going to help the Yuan race so that they could be born in a stronger state? This is, unlike the onlookers, Goddess Niwa and Goddess Hutu both thought of a possibility after seeing Feng Zichen's actions. Their expressions became strange. Extract. After all the origin of heaven and earth had been absorbed by the Yuan race living beings, Feng Zichen's divine ability changed again. He used the origin of heaven and earth as a guide to forcibly extract the Panga bloodline from the Yuan race living beings' bodies. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. So this was what it meant when he said that the Panga bloodline could not be blasphemed. He was forcibly extracting the Panga bloodline from the Yuan race living beings. He had vented his anger, but would the heavenly Tao allow it? Boom! In the next moment, the heavenly Tao was enraged. A purple vertical eye appeared and stared coldly at Feng Zichen. Heavenly Tao, you've gone too far. Blaspheming the Panga bloodline is making an enemy of the Panga bloodline. Even if you're the heavenly Tao, you can't bear this price. P.S. Brothers, I beg for monthly votes. On the monthly votes list, this book is being pressed to the ground by a new book. Damn it, I don't know whether to be happy or sad. It's the end of the month. I have a wish. I want 2,000 monthly votes. Can you satisfy me? Chapter 827. Great Emperor Zhui stepped forward and stood between the heavenly path and Feng Zichen. The aura around him surged, resonating with the untainted world and the boundless starry sky, emitting boundless pressure. At this moment, Great Emperor Zhui had Pangu's righteousness. Even when facing the heavenly path, he showed no fear. Being threatened like this, the heavenly path was naturally enraged. The innate lightning that gathered in the sky became even more powerful, emitting a world-destroying pressure. However, Great Emperor Ziwei's merits were too great. Even if he looked down on the heavenly path could only scare him a little. It didn't dare to attack him. He glanced at the heavenly path indifferently. Seeing that it had no intention of attacking, Great Emperor Zhui turned around and faced Feng Zichen with his back facing the heavenly path. He completely ignored the heavenly path's threat. When this invincible stance landed in the eyes of the crowd, it caused another wave of gasps. Invincible. This attitude was simply invincible. Who in the untainted world dared to look down on the heavenly path like this? Not even the 3 pure ones dared, let alone the 2 sages of the West. Only great Emperor Ziwei dared to do so. Everyone's amazement didn't affect great Emperor Ziwei at all. He turned his head and silently observed the Yuan clan's divine fetus for a while. Suddenly, he also made his move. Raising his head slightly, great Emperor Ziwei hugged the air with both hands. Suddenly, in the boundless starry sky, the two supreme stars, the great Yin and the great Yang, sensed it at the same time. They dropped a shocking amount of starlight and surged into his arms. In just an instant, the shadows of the sun and the moon appeared in great Emperor Ziwei's arms one after another. They rotated continuously in the form of a Taiji diagram. When the starlight accumulated to the limit, great Emperor Ziwei spread his hands and pushed forward. The powerful power of the sun and the moon flew out of his hands and swept toward the Yuan clan's divine fetus. Accept Yin and Yang, turn heaven and earth, rotate the sun and the moon. After pushing out the power of the sun and the moon, great Emperor Ziwei didn't stop. Instead, he moved his hands continuously and chanted. As he moved, the moment the Taiji diagram of the sun and the moon approached the Yuan clan's divine fetus, it suddenly dispersed and turned into a huge Taiji diagram, enveloping the Yuan clan's divine fetus. Rumble, the sun and moon Tai Chi art spun slowly, and the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings surged towards the Tai Chi art. The Tai Chi art refined them into the purest innate Yin and Yang power and poured into the Yuan race's divine embryo. The Yuan divine fetus, which had been extremely weak because Feng Zichen had forcibly extracted Panga's bloodline, gradually stabilized with the help of the power of Yin and Yang. Seizing this opportunity, Feng Zichen increased the power in his hand by 30% and extracted the Panga bloodline from the Yuan race divine embryo even faster. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the Yuan race's divine embryos trembled, Feng Zichen could see drops of purple divine blood being extracted from their bodies. The purple divine blood was Panga's blood. The Panga's blood could be said to be the origin of the Yuan race's divine embryos. Now that it had been forcibly extracted by Feng Zichen, it was easy to imagine the impact it would have on them. Even with great Emperor Ziwei's innate power of Yin and Yang to maintain their vitality, they were gradually showing signs of collapse. Rumble. Sensing that the Yuan race was in mortal danger, the heavenly law was still hesitating whether or not to attack great Emperor Ziwei. On the other side, the ruins of Mount Buzhou could wait no longer. The tides of cataclysm surged out in all directions, sweeping toward Feng Zichen and great Emperor Ziwei. This is troublesome. Frowning slightly, Feng Zichen's mind flickered, and the human Tao imperial seal appeared. It turned into a finger bone that pierced through the heavens and the earth. It pointed at the surging tide of cataclysm and scattered it. At the same time, the mighty power of Pangu emanated from the finger bone, suppressing all the discontent in the ruins of Mount Buzhou. Power of the five elements, come. Sensing the Yuan race divine embryo's instability, great Emperor Ziwei made his move again. He first drew in the power of the five primary stars of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Next, he drew in the power of the four constellations and the North Star, merging them with the starlight of the five elements and descending as the power of the five elements. The cycle of the five elements gave birth to creation. As soon as the power of the five elements descended, it evolved into the power of creation of the five elements and surged into the bodies of the Yuan race divine embryos, stabilizing their life origin. At the same time, Feng Zichen's divine ability changed again. Endless runes intertwined, and a holy light circulated. A pure power of creation emanated from his hand. This was the supreme divine ability ranked first among the 36 great divine abilities of the Heavenly Dipper, creation manipulation. It was also the divine ability that Queen Nuwa had used to create the human race. Today, Feng Zichen used it. His purpose was self-evident. He wanted to use this divine ability to create a new race. The power of creation surged and spread out from Feng Zichen's hand, acting on the Panga bloodline that he had extracted from the Yuan race divine embryo. That's right, Feng Zichen wanted to use the Panga bloodline as the foundation to create a new race. The Panga bloodline in the Yuan race originated from Mount Buzhou. However, Mount Buzhou had been destroyed. Even if there was Panga bloodline left in the ruins, it did not have much power. Therefore, it could only derive Yuan. Taoist Buzhou was different. Although there was not much Panga bloodline in the body of Taoist Buzhou, the boundless starry sky had transformed into a Pangu divine being. It nourished him day and night with the power of Pangu, causing the bloodline in his body to strengthen day by day. For this reason, Taoist Buzhou was born as the orthodox Panga bloodline. However, Yuan did not have such treatment. From the moment he was born, the bloodline of Pangu in his body was constantly weakened by the bloodline of the chaos demon god. When he was born, the bloodline of Pangu was at most comparable to that of a primordial grand wizard, but it could not be compared to that of an ancestral wizard. Then, the third generation of Yuan died, and his bloodline deteriorated again, giving birth to the Yuan race. At this time, the bloodline of Pangu in their bodies had been weakened to an extremely low level. Not to mention being comparable to the wizard tribe, it was already considered good to be comparable to the wizard tribe, a branch of the human tribe. However, Feng Zichen did not expect them to be strong when he created the race with the bloodline of Pangu. His fundamental purpose was to destroy the plan of the Heavenly Way. Didn't the Heavenly Way want to give birth to the Yuan race to become a stumbling block on the path of the human tribe's development? Well, Feng Zichen directly divided the Yuan race into two races. A race that was completely dominated by the bloodline of Pangu and a race that was completely dominated by the bloodline of the chaos demon god. In this way, the plan of the Heavenly Way was self-defeating. Moreover, in order to prevent the two races from combining and giving birth to the Yuan race with the bloodline of the two races, Feng Zichen also planned to sow discord between the two races and make them enemies for generations. One belonged to the Panga divine branch, and the other belonged to the Chaos Demon God branch. They were simply natural enemies. Even without Feng Zichen's instigation, the two races would fight. From a moment the two races of the same origin were born, they would be mortal enemies. Wasn't this very interesting? After the two races were born, they only wanted to get rid of each other. They could not wait to form an alliance with the human tribe. Why would they choose to be enemies with the human tribe? Seeing Feng Zichen perform the mediation of good fortune, everyone immediately understood what he was planning and could not help but be amazed by his idea. However, this idea was very good, but it would not be so easy to achieve. Even if the bloodline of Pangu had been weakened countless times, it was still quite extraordinary. It would not be so easy for Feng Zichen to evolve it into a connate life form. Rumble. The power of creation gushed out wildly from Feng Zichen's body, exerting all of it on the bodies of Pangu's bloodline, pushing them to evolve and transform into living beings. Unfortunately, the effect was not very ideal. Although the Panga bloodline was changing, the effect was very slow. Feng Zichen had worked hard for a long time, but only managed to give birth to a wisp of life aura. There was still a long way to go before the Panga bloodline completely evolved into a life form. At this time, the Heavenly Way saw that its plan had failed, so it could no longer hold back. It directly activated the apocalyptic divine thunder and blasted it towards Feng Zichen. It could not attack Ziwei the Great, but it did not mean that it could not attack Feng Zichen. Compared to Ziwei the Great, Feng Zichen's merit was still a little lower. At this time, Feng Zichen was fully activating the supreme magic to mediate good fortune. He did not have much energy left to resist the apocalyptic divine thunder of the Heavenly Way. Rumble. The apocalyptic divine thunder blasted down. Every strike was equivalent to the full-strength strike of a ninth heaven of chaotic essence expert. Its power was terrifying, and it emitted terrifying destructive waves. At this critical moment, the great Taoist priest's mark appeared between Feng Zichen's eyebrows. Majestic Pangu's Tao might spread out, directly weakening the apocalyptic divine thunder's power by 50%. At the same time, the human Tao divine ring appeared, once again weakening the apocalyptic divine thunder's power by 20%. The 10,000 spirit crown and the human Tao imperial insignia bloomed at the same time, emitting astonishing power. They each blocked 10% of the apocalyptic divine thunder's power. With this added together, the apocalyptic divine thunder's power had been reduced by 90%. Only 10% of its power blasted onto Feng Zichen's body, and its power could only tickle him. However, the Heavenly Way's attack was constantly increasing. Feng Zichen could easily block it now, but after a while, he might not be able to. Therefore, he had to think of a way to turn Pangu's bloodline into a living being as soon as possible. Thousands of thoughts appeared in his mind, and Feng Zichen quickly came up with a plan. He rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted to the onlookers, "What are you waiting for, fellow Taoists? Are you just going to watch the show from the sidelines? Could it be that Save Me and fellow Taoist Ziwei are members of the Panga Divine Branch, but none of you are? If not, why would you be so indifferent when someone is messing with the inheritance of the Panga Divine Branch? Fellow Taoists, the birth of the Yuan race is not a matter of me, Zichen, alone. It is a matter that affects the entire Panga Divine Branch. The inheritance of the Father God cannot be messed up. The bloodline of the Father God cannot be blasphemed. In that case, what are you waiting for?" This was the plan that Feng Zichen came up with, the strategy of moral kidnapping. With his power alone, he could not induce the growth of the Pangu's bloodline in a short period of time, so he would combine the power of everyone. In this way, he would definitely be able to turn the Pangu's bloodline into a living being at the fastest speed. It was not difficult at all for Feng Zichen to persuade the crowd to take action. This was because the birth of the Yuan race would not mess up the inheritance of the human race, but the inheritance of the Pangu Divine Branch. Everyone present, except Fujuni, was a member of the Pangu Divine Branch. No one could stay out of this matter. As long as Feng Zichen raised the banner of the Panga Divine Branch, even if everyone was unwilling, they would have to take action. This was because if they did not take action, they would be denying their own origins and cutting themselves off from the Panga Divine Branch. Fellow Taoist Gaochen is right. If you don't take action now, when will you? Fellow Taoist Tai Ching, you are the leader of the Panga Divine Branch and have the highest seniority. Why don't you take the lead and make a statement? At this moment, Great Emperor Zui also turned his head and said to Saint Tai Ching, forcing him to make a statement. Good fellow, one person played two roles and forced Saint Tai Ching and everyone else to roast on the fire. Feng Zichen was really something. It was difficult for Saint Tai Ching to not make a statement after being forced by Great Emperor Zui. First of all, he was the true descendant of the Pangu Divine Branch. This identity could not be given up. Secondly, he was also the most senior existence in the Panga Divine Branch. He had to consider the interests of the Pangu Divine Branch. Otherwise, his status would definitely be affected. Thinking to this point, Saint Tai Ching made a decision in his heart. He said, fellow Taoist Gaochen and fellow Taoist Ziwei are right. Father's bloodline cannot be blasphemed. Everyone, quickly join forces with poor Wei and help the two of you. As he spoke, Saint Tai Ching activated the Taiji painting and derived the power of Khanate Taiji to accelerate the evolution of the Panga bloodline. Seeing that Saint Tai Ching had taken action, everyone did not hesitate anymore. They used all sorts of methods to help Feng Zichen and fellow Taoist Ziwei to derive the Panga bloodline. The moment everyone joined forces, the Pangu Divine System's providence, which had originally been scattered into a ball, directly condensed into a stalwart figure that was faintly discernible behind everyone. Boom! An unimaginable power erupted and destroyed the apocalyptic divine lightning. Then, it blasted onto Heavenly Tao's body without reducing its momentum, sending him back to the Heavenly Tao space. On Feng Zichen's side, he had the help of everyone, especially Goddess Niwa and Goddess Hutu, the two grandmasters of the Tao of creation. Panga's bloodline quickly evolved, and vitality spread out. Soon, innate divine embryos were born to deal with the Yuan race's divine embryos. After another 100 years, the two divine embryos shook at the same time, and a rich vitality spread out. Ka ka ka. Then there was a series of cracking sounds. The divine embryos split open one after another, giving birth to two special innate races. One was born with 3 pupils and was enveloped in innate spiritual light. It was obvious that he was born from Panga's bloodline. Although the other was in human form, he had a pair of huge wings on his back. His entire body was surrounded by a murderous aura. It was obvious that he was born from the Chaos Fiend God's bloodline. Rumble. It was also at this moment that Heavenly Tao, which had been sent back to the Heavenly Tao space, appeared again. An inexplicable power hung down and turned into 2 innate divine patterns that fell toward the 2 races. This was the name that Heavenly Tao gave to the new races. Those that originated from Panga's bloodline were called the Primordial God race, while those that originated from the Chaos Fiend God race were called the Primordial Demon race. It was a very vivid name, and its origin was clear at a glance. However, Feng Zichen was not satisfied. The race that was born from Panga's bloodline was created by him. Why did the Heavenly Tao have to name it? Moreover, he did not want this race to be related to the Yuan race that did not exist at all. P.S. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket tomorrow. Chapter 828. At the thought of this, Feng Zichen waved his sleeves and swept out a strong gust of wind, shattering the connate Tao pattern that was falling towards the clan derived from Panga's bloodline. Since you were born in Mount Buzhou, you shall be called the Buzhou celestial race. Ignoring the Heavenly Tao's reaction, Feng Zichen gave the new race a name. It was the Buzhou celestial race. The celestial race that was born in Mount Buzhou. The moment the name was given, heaven and earth immediately sensed it and began to rumble. Even the unusually furious ruins of Mount Buzhou fell silent after hearing the name. Obviously, it had acknowledged the name. The Heavenly Tao saw all the strange phenomena and immediately knew that the matter was settled and there was no possibility of changing it. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao first looked coldly at Feng Zichen and then released a wave of connate Tao pattern that turned into a connate divine pattern. It represented the Buzhou celestial race. When the connate divine pattern fell, heaven and earth acknowledged the identity of the Buzhou celestial race. Now, there was another connate race in the Eldritch world. Rumble. Above the firmament, boundless luck and merit gathered and merged with the luck of the Buzhou celestial race. This was the legacy of Mount Buzhou. The Buzhou celestial race inherited Panga's bloodline and had the name Buzhou. Naturally, they could inherit the legacy of Mount Buzhou. Compared to Mount Buzhou, the Essence Demon race was not so lucky. After losing Panga's bloodline, they only had the bloodline of the Chaos Demon God in their bodies and had completely become the descendants of the Chaos Demon God. At this time, the descendants of the Chaos Demon God were not as hated by the Heavenly Tao as they were in the Primordial Age. On the contrary, their tragic situation attracted the pity of the Heavenly Tao, and it was prepared to secretly support them. However, at this time, the pity of the Heavenly Tao obviously had no effect, because the one who wanted to deal with the Essence Demon race was none other than the ruins of Mount Buzhou that gave birth to them. In terms of hatred for the Chaos Demonic Gods, who among the people present hated the ruins of Mount Buzhou more than they did. Mount Buzhou was destroyed by the corrosion of the Chaos Demonic God on the surface, but in reality, Mount Buzhou was destroyed by the corrosion of the Chaos Demonic God. With such a great enmity, the Mount Buzhou ruins hated the Chaos Demon Gods very much. They wished that they could all die. Therefore, how could the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God, the Primordial Demon Clan, fare well in front of the ruins of Mount Buzhou? He had defended the Yuan race earlier because they had Pangu's bloodline in them, but the Yuan race did not. If that was the case, why would the ruins of Mount Buzhou shelter the Prime Devil Clan? He couldn't wait to kill them. Rumble. Boundless resentment gathered in the sky and surged toward the primordial demon clan, entangling them tightly. This was the resentment of Mount Bujo, the resentment that could not be erased after its destruction. The Bujo god clan had inherited the fate and merit left by the ruins of Mount Bujo and could enjoy its legacy. The only thing the primordial demon clan could inherit was the resentment of Mount Bujo. This resentment was the curse of Mount Bujo on the chaos demonic god. It would entangle every living being of the primordial demon clan until they became primordial Daluo Jinxian or died completely. Feng Zichen could not tell what kind of effect this resentment would have on the primordial demon clan of the moment. He could only roughly tell that with the resentment of Mount Bujo, the primordial demon clan would probably never be able to set foot on the earth in this lifetime. Mount Bujo was the foundation of the earth and the ancestral bloodline of the untainted land. Being cursed by it, they would be hated by the entire untainted land and would never be able to set foot on the earth in this lifetime. Once they touched the earth, they would be eroded by the evil spirit of the earth, which would enter their souls and destroy all vitality. How pitiful! And this was only one of the many side effects of being cursed by Mount Bujo. As for the rest, before Feng Zichen could see clearly, the primordial demon clan had already disappeared. Why did they disappear? Naturally, it was because the heavenly axiom was worried that they would be secretly killed by the people present if they continued to stay here. Therefore, the heavenly axiom directly used its magical power to secretly send the primordial demon clan away and use supreme means to cover their tracks, making it impossible for the people to divine their whereabouts. From this, it could be seen that the heavenly axiom was still unwilling to give up. It still pinned its hopes on the primordial demon clan, believing that they could hinder the development of the human race. What a joke! It was just the primordial demon clan. If they had not been cursed by Mount Bujo, they might have had a chance to rise again. But now that they had been cursed by Mount Bujo, they would never have a chance to rise again in this lifetime. It was even to the extent that whether they would be able to survive in the 3 dimensions was a question that was worth considering. Being hated by the earth and unable to set foot on the earth in this lifetime. If such a race could rise again, wouldn't it mean that the other races were useless? The heavenly axiom was too confident. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if the heavenly axiom had some tricks up its sleeve that it did not know about? It had to be guarded against. More preparations had to be made. Everything had to be prepared. This was a reason why Feng Zichen had not failed so far. At that thought, Feng Zichen suddenly turned to the people of the Bujo divine clan not far away and asked, "Did you see the primordial demon clan that just left?" The first member of the Bujo divine clan to be born heard Feng Zichen's question and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Reporting to Godfather, "We saw them." Godfather. That's right, Godfather. Although the Bujo divine clan was created by everyone's joint efforts, Feng Zichen had contributed greatly. Moreover, if Feng Zichen had not extracted the Panga bloodline from the primordial demon clan, the Bujo divine clan would not have been born and everyone would not have worked together to create this clan. For this reason, it was not a problem to say that the Bujo divine clan was created by Feng Zichen. It was also because of this that it was completely reasonable for the people of the Bujo divine clan to address Feng Zichen as Godfather. No one could find fault with that. Feng Zichen did not deny that person's address. He nodded and said, "It's good that you saw them. You have to remember that they're your natural enemies, If you see them in the future, if you have the ability to kill them, do not hesitate to kill them directly. If you don't have the ability to kill them, then avoid them, lest you fall into their hands and suffer a fate worse than death." Feng Zichen's words were not meant to frighten them, nor were they meant to deceive the Bujo divine clan. There was a reason behind them. The 2 clans were indeed natural enemies. This was something that Feng Zichen had discovered by accident when he was calculating the effects of Mount Bujo's curse on the primordial demon clan. The primordial demon clan's method of dispelling Mount Bujo's curse was actually on the Bujo divine clan. This was also the reason why the 2 clans were mortal enemies. After hearing Feng Zichen's instructions, the first person of the Buzhou divine clan did not understand, but he still said respectfully, "We will remember Godfather's words and will not dare to forget them. If we meet the primordial demon clan in the future, we will definitely kill them." Afraid that the Buzhou divine clan did not understand the gravity of the situation and did not take his words to heart, Feng Zichen reminded them again and explained the reason. Although your bloodline is different from that of the primordial demon clan, you are all born from the ruins of Mount Buzhou. It's just that you all have Pangu's bloodline and were born to be loved by Mount Buzhou and received its legacy. But the primordial demon clan is different. Possessing the bloodline of the chaos fiend god, they were born to be disliked by Mount Buzhou and were cursed by Mount Buzhou to never set foot on the earth. The primordial demon clan was born with misfortune and should have been exterminated. But the heavens were kind and not only saved their lives, but also told them a way to dispel the curse of Mount Buzhou. At this point, Feng Zichen looked at all the Buzhou divine clan members and said, "That way is you all. As long as they devour your bloodline, the primordial demon clan will undergo an astonishing transformation and dispel the curse of Mount Buzhou in their bodies. Therefore, if you see the primordial demon clan in the future and you can't kill them, run as far as you can. Otherwise, once you fall into the hands of the primordial demon clan, you will suffer a fate worse than death. They are your natural enemies. Your two clans are destined to never coexist. Only one of you can survive, either you or them." All this information was deduced by Feng Zichen and could be confirmed to be true. It can only be said that the heavenly Tao really knew how to play games. To think that it could come up with such a method to give birth to the real primordial demon clan. If the primordial demon clan devoured the bloodline of the Buzhou divine clan and became the leader of the two clans, wouldn't they become the primordial demon clan when they grew a third eye? Unfortunately, although the heavenly Tao's plan was good, it was seen through by Feng Zichen and was destined to lose its effect. Feng Zichen didn't do anything, but an inexplicable force emanated from his body and surged in the direction of the Buzhou divine clan in the distance. Soon, it sank into their bodies and disappeared. Feng Zichen didn't do anything but set a restriction on the Buzhou divine clan members. This restriction wouldn't affect them and would only be activated when they died, melting their flesh and blood so that they would return to heaven and earth without leaving a trace. This had always been the case for the descendants of the Pangu. After death, their origin would return to heaven and earth. This was called returning to the embrace of their father. This tradition originated from the witch tribe and was one of the few virtues of the witch tribe. This was a very good tradition. Feng Zichen thought that the Buzhou divine clan should learn from the witch tribe and imitated the witch tribe's return to heaven and earth after death to set a restriction on them. In this way, the heavenly Tao's plan naturally fell apart. This time, all of the heavenly Tao's plans fell through as Feng Zichen dispelled them one by one. In this game with the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen was ultimately superior and won the heavenly Tao. From then on, Feng Zichen had a new title, Feng Zichen, who won the heavenly Tao by half a step. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the members of the Buzhou divine clan all paled. No one would be happy to have an enemy out of nowhere, let alone a newborn of the Buzhou divine clan. The first person of the Buzhou divine race, who was slightly older, quickly calmed down and thanked Feng Zichen respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, Divine Father. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that we had become the savior of others. It seems that the Buzhou divine clan will not be able to coexist with the primordial demon clan in the future. If I find the opportunity in the future, I'll make this clan disappear completely." The first half of the sentence was directed at Feng Zichen, but the second half was what he thought in his heart and didn't say out loud. However, although he didn't speak, Feng Zichen already knew what he was thinking just from the look in his eyes. He was also a decisive person. With the potential to become a king, he should be the clan leader of the Buzhou celestial race. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly said, "I see that you don't have a name yet. From now on, you shall be called No, the No from Mount Buzhou. The Buzhou divine clan shall be under your command from now on. No quickly knelt down and thanked. No, thank you, Father, for the name. Smiling, Feng Zichen first helped No up with his magic power, then picked out the second and third members of the Buzhou divine clan and named them Zhou and Shan, respectively, so that they could assist No in managing the Buzhou divine clan. No from Mount Buzhou, Zhou from Mount Buzhou, and Shan from Mount Buzhou. Feng Zichen named them so casually, using local materials to save time. But he also had his own way of saying that Mount Buzhou was a very vivid name. He gave the three of them such names to commemorate Mount Buzhou. After naming the three of them, Feng Zichen pointed to the sky and plucked the supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure seal of mountains and rivers that was still floating in midair and handed it to No. This is your clan's primordial spiritual treasure, the seal of mountains and rivers. It is very powerful. Today, I give it to you. I hope that you can keep the peace of the Buzhou divine clan with this treasure. The seal of mountains and rivers was still there, but the great spear of destruction was no longer there. It had disappeared with the disappearance of the primordial demon clan. Obviously, it had been taken away by the primordial demon clan. The innate divine First Dai Yuan gave birth to two supreme-grade, primordial spiritual treasures. One was the supreme-grade, primordial spiritual treasure seal of mountains and rivers nurtured by Mount Buzhou, which represented the inheritance of Pangu in his body. The other was the supreme-grade, primordial spiritual treasure Great Spear of Destruction formed by the power of chaos and destruction, which represented the inheritance of the chaos demon god in his body. Now, First Dai Yuan's bloodline was divided into two, creating two primordial clans. It was suitable for each clan to have one primordial spiritual treasure. After doing all this, Feng Zichen still felt uneasy. After what happened just now, he realized that he had underestimated the heavenly Tao. It was also a cunning old man who was very good at scheming. If he was not careful, he would fall into his trap. To guard against the heavenly Tao, he had to add another layer of insurance. With a thought, Feng Zichen thought of an idea that would satisfy both sides. He pointed at Taoist Buzhou, who was beside great emperors away, and said, "Buzhou, come here." Hearing this, Taoist Buzhou stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Uncle Master, what instructions do you have for me?" Feng Zichen smiled and pointed at the Buzhou divine clan in front of him. He said, "Now that I have worldly affairs to deal with, I have no time to care about this clan. Coincidentally, this clan is somewhat related to you. Therefore, I'll entrust this clan to you and let you teach them. What do you think?" Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Taoist Buzhou subconsciously wanted to refuse. P.S. Double monthly votes for today. Please give monthly votes. Chapter 829. It wasn't that he didn't like the Buzhou divine clan, but Taoist Buzhou had just been born and didn't know anything. He was still fumbling around, so how could he teach others? However, before Taoist Buzhou could refuse, Great Emperor Zui reprimanded him. "Child, you are so ignorant. Your Uncle Master is giving you a great opportunity. Hurry up and thank him." What great opportunity? The Buzhou divine clan was born with part of the legacy of Mount Buzhou. They had the remaining luck and merit of Mount Buzhou, which was what Taoist Buzhou needed to achieve Tao. Now, the Buzhou divine clan had been recognized by heaven and earth and had become a part of the three realms. Outsiders couldn't kill them for no reason. Otherwise, they would attract the revenge of Pangu. However, if he couldn't kill them, how could Taoist Buzhou take back the luck? He could only use other methods. This was the opportunity that Feng Zichen wanted to give to Taoist Buzhou. Educate the Buzhou divine clan. If Taoist Buzhou could complete the task of educating the Buzhou divine clan, then the legacy of Mount Buzhou that he lacked would naturally return to him. He could even gain a lot of merit because of this. Taoist Buzhou was born divine. At first, he might not have understood the deeper meaning of Feng Zichen's actions. However, after being reminded by great Emperor Zhui, he immediately understood. He quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. "Thank you for your help, Uncle Master." Then, Taoist Buzhou promised, "Leave the Buzhou divine clan to me. Don't worry, Uncle Master. I won't let them suffer." Seeing this, Feng Zichen nodded and said with a smile, "You and the Buzhou divine clan are of the same origin. I am indeed relieved to leave them to you. Moreover, you're Taoist Ziwei's disciple. In this vast, untainted world, his name is much more useful than mine. With his protection, as long as you don't go overboard, no one will dare to find trouble with you even if you want to in the three realms." After being teased by Feng Zichen, Taoist Buzhou quickly said, "You must be joking, Uncle Master. How can I be a bully?" Although he said that, Taoist Buzhou was still shocked by Feng Zichen's words. As a newborn, he instinctively knew that his master was very strong. However, he didn't know how strong his master was. The so-called Heavenly Tao's inheritance stopped at the Taoist priests, which meant that the Tao's inheritance could only reach the level of the Daluo Taoist priest Taoist. Taoist Buzhou's the Taoist Tao and the primordial Daluo. The newly born innate gods weren't aware of it, as they didn't have it in their heritage and had no use for it. In the eyes of Taoist Buzhou, who was just a Tai Jingxian, the primordial Taoist priests were already unattainable figures. He felt that his master should be the Daluo Taoist priests, and he should be one of the best. However, at this moment, with Feng Zichen's words and what Taoist Buzhou saw just now, a doubt lingered in his heart. Was his master really just the Daluo Taoist priests? It was not written in the inheritance that the Daluo Taoist priests had the power to fight against the Heavenly Tao. Thinking of the scene of his master facing the Heavenly Tao alone just now, Taoist Buzhou couldn't help but be fascinated. Moreover, Martial Uncle had just said that Master's reputation was very great, enough to protect him without any scruples. What did this mean? It meant that his master was very strong and was a figure at the top of this world. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? This world was much more mysterious than he had imagined. Taoist Buzhou thought silently as he looked at the terrifying figures beside him who he couldn't see through but were like the incarnations of the great Tao. Were these people really the Daluo Taoist priests? Or was the Daluo Taoist priests really that strong? Just as Taoist Buzhou was imagining things, great Emperor Ziwei spoke. "Fellow Taoist Gaochen, don't talk nonsense. In terms of reputation, how can I be compared to you? Let me ask all the fellow Taoists present who would dare to provoke you. Your reputation is great. Even the Tao ancestor would frown when he heard your name. I'm not that capable." With that, great Emperor Zhui reminded Taoist Buzhou, "Buzhou, remember this Uncle Master Gaochen in front of you. You must visit him often in the future so that you can get familiar with him. In this way, if you encounter any trouble that you can't solve in the future, just mention his name. I guarantee that it'll be more useful than my name." This was not a joke. Great Emperor Zhui only had great merit, a noble status, and unfathomable strength. However, in terms of reputation, his reputation was indeed not as good as Feng Zichen's. To be precise, Feng Zichen's reputation was unparalleled in the Eldritch world. This was not a boast, but a real battle. In the Eldritch world, there was no one else with a battle record as glorious as Feng Zichen's. Before he attained the Tao, he dared to fight with the Eastern Emperor Tai. After attaining the Tao, he was even more impressive. He had fought with the saints several times, and he did not suffer any losses each time. Instead, he made the saints embarrassed. Everyone knew that Feng Zichen was the most ferocious person in the Eldritch world. He was known as the first face-slapping saint in the Eldritch world. Indeed, no one with great magical powers dared to provoke such a person. When facing the saints, they dared to fight at the slightest disagreement, not to mention them. Even if they were beaten to death, they would be unlucky. No one dared to take revenge for them. The two's business flattery directly confused Taoist Buzhou. Seeing how exaggerated they were, he did not know whether to believe them or not. However, Taoist Buzhou secretly glanced at the expressions of the surrounding great magical powers. After hearing his master's words, they all showed a deep expression of agreement. He could not help but believe his master's words. It seemed that the truth was so exaggerated. His uncle master was not an ordinary person. Like his master, he was a top figure in the world. Poor Taoist Buzhou. He had just been born. Before he understood the situation of the three realms and the experts in the three realms, he was dragged here by his unreliable master to watch a big show. When he met people, he did not introduce himself. He just pointed at them and called them seniors, uncle masters, and uncle masters. He did not say anything about their origins and strength. This confused Taoist Buzhou. At this moment, he really did not know the origins of the people in front of him. If he knew, he would probably be shocked. The people in front of Taoist Buzhou were more than just the top existences in the world. It could be said that more than 90% of the experts in the old, untainted land were gathered here. This gathering could be said to be the most complete gathering of the experts in the untainted land. It would be difficult for such a grand occasion to happen again. As soon as Taoist Buzhou was born, he saw such a scene. It could be said that it was also an opportunity. Unfortunately, the current him was still muddle-headed. He had no idea what kind of existences he was facing. After exchanging compliments with Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei seemed to have thought of something. He reminded Taoist Buzhou, not only your uncle master Gaochen, but also your other uncle masters. You should also get close to them. They are all the top existences in the world. They are immortal saints and the rulers of the untainted land. If you have a good relationship with them, you can really do whatever you want in the untainted land. As he spoke, Great Emperor Ziwei pushed Taoist Buzhou and asked him to bow to the three pure ones. Taoist Buzhou was very obedient. He did whatever Great Emperor Ziwei asked him to do. He quickly bowed to the three pure ones. To be honest, the three pure ones did not want to accept Taoist Buzhou's bow at all. This was because they knew that if they accepted this bow, they would not be able to refuse Taoist Buzhou if he came to them for help in the future. Unfortunately, in front of so many people, the three pure ones could not bring themselves to refuse Taoist Buzhou's bow. They could only accept it. Seeing these two people speaking one after another and roasting them on the fire, the three pure ones could not help but feel a little unhappy. Therefore, they heard Heavenly Lord of Yuanshi say in a strange tone, "Martial nephew Buzhou, your master is right. If you run into trouble, you can use your martial uncle Gaochen's name. It's definitely useful. It's much more useful than our names." After Heavenly Lord of Yuanshi finished speaking, without waiting for Taoist Buzhou to reply, Feng Zichen also said in a strange tone, "Haha, Saint Yuqing is really good at joking. If my name is really so useful, then some people would not have repeatedly targeted the human clan." As soon as he said this, Heavenly Lord of Yuanshi's expression changed. He pointed at Feng Zichen and was so angry that he could not speak. On the side, seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, someone did not want to get involved. He quickly said, "Fellow Taoists, this matter is over. I should also take my leave." After saying this, that person directly tore open the space and left. And this person's departure seemed to have activated a certain signal. After a while, several people took their leave. Soon, more than half of the people present had left. And with the departure of the crowd, the situation that was getting more and more tense was also diluted. Worried that if he continued to stay here, he would give Great Emperor Ziwei an opportunity to take advantage of him. The Heavenly Lord of Yuanshi snorted coldly and left with Saint Taiqing and Saint Shanqing. After the three pure ones left, almost everyone present left in an instant. Then, Goddess Nuo wanted to protect Fuxi, so she also took her leave. Goddess Hutu was anxious to check the situation in the underworld, so she also returned to the underworld. In a short while, only Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei's forces were left. Fuxi was about to attain the Tao. This was a major event for the human clan. Feng Zichen, the sacred emperor of the human clan, was bound to have a training ground. For this, he also proposed to leave. Daoist Wei, I'll leave Buzhou God Clan to you. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." With that, Feng Zichen directly left with Shino and Xinyuan. After Feng Zichen left, Great Emperor Ziwei was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at the ruins of Mount Buzhou under his feet. Sigh. To think that the former Holy Land would end up like this. It's really sad. Looking at the ruins of Mount Buzhou that were filled with murderous aura, resentment, and destructive power, Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't help but shake his head. Then he stretched out his hand and drew in the void repeatedly. Endless starlight was drawn from the boundless starry sky, forming an innate four spirits formation that sealed the ruins of Mount Buzhou. Rumble. The moment the innate four spirits formation was formed, endless power of earth, fire, water, and wind surged. The entire void began to close, sealing the ruins of Mount Buzhou and gradually disappearing. In this place, the chi of the chaotic demon god and the power of Pangu collided and conflicted with each other, producing a large amount of destructive power. If ordinary Duo Taoist priests came here, they would probably die here if they were careless. In order to prevent future generations from accidentally entering this place without knowing the danger, and also to prevent the incident of the Yuan clan from happening again, Great Emperor Ziwei decided to seal the ruins of Mount Buzhou and not let this place appear in the world. At the same time, Great Emperor Ziwei had another purpose for sealing this place with the innate four spirits formation. He was trying to convert the power of the four spirits through this formation, and then use the power of earth, fire, water, and wind to continuously baptize this place and slowly refine the power of the chaotic demon god here, returning it to chaos and restoring Mount Buzhou to its former glory. Although the power of the chaotic demon god was strong, its power came from chaos after all. Great Emperor Ziwei used the power of earth, fire, water, and wind to create chaos, using chaos to break chaos. Sooner or later, he would be able to refine it all. It was just that this would take a long time, so he had to wait slowly. However, there was no hurry. At Great Emperor Ziwei's level, time had lost its meaning. He could wait slowly. Let's go. After doing all this, Great Emperor Ziwei called out to Daoist Buzhou and prepared to leave with him and the Buzhou Celestial Clan. As for why he brought the Buzhou Celestial Clan along, firstly, it was because Daoist Buzhou had promised Feng Zichen to teach the Buzhou Celestial Clan, so he naturally had to bring them along. Secondly, it was because there was a small Mount Buzhou in the boundless starry sky. There was no other place more suitable for the Buzhou Celestial Clan to live. After this, the primordial world fell into peace again. Oh, it wasn't exactly peaceful. It was just that the big shots had stopped fighting. However, as time passed, more and more living beings were born in the three realms. There were innate god fiends, innate life forms, and even a few innate spiritual treasures. The evolution of countless living beings brought a lot of vitality to the three realms. After 5,000 years, the top-tier, innate god fiend favored by the saints was finally born. On Mount Yujing, the supreme divine fetus suddenly burst with dazzling, immortal light. Then like a blooming lotus, it slowly bloomed. Not long after, the divine fetus transformed into a 12th grade immortal lotus. Its petals were engraved with immortal Tao imprints, emitting dazzling immortal light. As the immortal lotus bloomed, a surge of innate Taoist rhyme suddenly spread, creating a boundless vision. Looking at its aura, it wasn't hard to tell that it was a superior grade innate spiritual treasure. In the center of the immortal lotus, on the lotus platform, sat a young Taoist. He was dressed in white and had a handsome face. His entire body was enveloped in immortal light, and countless immortal shadows appeared behind him. This was the divine fetus of Mount Yujing, a natural-born immortal lord. His name was Boom Boom Boom. The will of heaven descended and turned into a majestic voice. Yujing. The innate god fiend born from Mount Yujing was called Yujing. Chapter 830. Since he was born with the destiny of the celestial way, Yu Jing's fortune naturally exceeded that of the Khanate god-fiends. After he was born, the purple clouds on Mount Yujing suddenly trembled and condensed into a ball. They turned into a celestial talisman and landed in his hand. The purple cloud celestial talisman was formed by the purple cloud palace's aura combined with the Khanate purple cloud. Internally, this talisman could calm one's mind and block all external demons. Externally, this talisman could borrow a bit of the purple cloud palace's power. Its defense was unparalleled, and it could also suppress enemies. This treasure was a rare superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure. Together with the grade 12 celestial lotus under Yu Jing's feet, he was born with a total of 2 superior grade Khanate spiritual treasures. It was very extraordinary. The primordial world had its own rules. Supreme grade Khanate spiritual treasures were only qualified to be born with natural saints. And top-tier Khanate god-fiends were basically born with a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure or a middle grade Khanate spiritual treasure. And for someone like Yu Jing, who was born with 2 superior grade Khanate spiritual treasures, this treatment was already the best among the top-tier Khanate god-fiends. Not long after Yu Jing was born, the other Khanate god-fiends were born one after another. On Mount Shuyang, the Khanate brass meridian vibrated and a golden divine dragon flew out. Under the sunlight, its golden scales reflected a bright golden light. Roar! A shocking dragon roar was heard, and it was filled with endless majesty. Another top-tier Khanate god-fiend was born. Before the heavenly Tao gave him a name, the Grand Pure One had already said, "Your name is Baiying." Good fellow, the Grand Pure One was really casual with his name. He directly used the name of the sect as his disciple's Taoist name. However, thinking about Xuandu's Taoist name, there was nothing strange. Xuandu, wasn't that the name of the Grand Pure One's sect? Perhaps the next time the Grand Pure One took in a disciple, his name might be Tusida, the divine dragon. No, Baiying circled in the air for a while before transforming into a golden armored god. He held a brass bell in his hand and came in front of the Grand Pure One. He bowed and said, "Disciple Baiying greets Master." The golden armor on Baiying's body was formed from the Khanate brass essence. It was a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. As for the brass bell in his hand, it was formed from the quintessence of a natural brass, and it was a rare high-grade natural spirit treasure. These 2 magic treasures were born with Baiying, and they were his Taoist name Khanate spiritual treasures. With a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure and a medial grade Khanate numinous treasure, this was the treatment of a pinnacle Khanate god-fiend. Although it was not as good as Yu Jing, it not far off Xuandu. After the 8 scenes, above the distant eastern sea, the heaven-mending stone suddenly cracked open. A figure covered in multicolored light walked out from within, exuding boundless divine might. He was heaven's heavenly god-fiend. Was god-fiend heaven's god-fiends? Was Khanate god-fiend's god-fiend? Remember, it's not called a deity, but called Butian. Heaven, heavenly God, S divine heavens, AS heavenly heaven. Was merit. Was merit. It was just that the divine sky-mending stone did not have intelligence, so this merit did not appear. But now, the innate God Tianbu, celestial being born from the divine stone of heaven, repairing divine stone was born. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After the divine being was born, the divine stone that gave birth to him didn't crack. It floated in the air and constantly trembled. Underground, on Flower Fruit Mountain, the ancestral energy of the 10 continents surged and rushed toward the divine stone of sky mending. At the same time, the source energy of the world descended from the sky and poured into the divine stone of heaven mending. Boom! After absorbing these 2 types of energy, the divine stone of heaven mend underwent a mysterious change. It actually turned into a stone seal with the words, "Mend the heavens," engraved at the bottom. It was surrounded by a 5-color glow and emitted an indescribable aura as if it could mend the world. The divine seal of heaven patching, a top-tier upper-grade primordial innate spirit treasure, was the primordial spirit treasure of heaven patching divine man. This was also a peak innate god. On the Golden Turtle Island, a supreme formation was operating crazily. Endless chaotic chi surged and drowned the innate godly fetus in the center of the formation. In terms of potential, this innate godly fetus was indeed not as good as Kunlun Mountain's Yujing or Shouyang Mountain's Baiying. However, as a formation grandmaster, Tong Tian had extraordinary means. He used the power of the Jie sect to set up a supreme formation and seize the fortune of the world to change the innate godly fetus's potential. Boom! At a certain moment, the 4 immortal extermination swords vibrated, and each of them shot out a sword ray that slashed at the innate godly fetus in the center of the formation. Immediately, the divine fetus exploded, and a slender figure walked out with a long sword in hand. His aura was sharp like a divine sword that had just been unsheathed. Taoist Tong Tian was this innate god's name. As for the long sword in his hand, it was called the Immortal Slaying Sword. It was a superior grade, innate spiritual treasure formed by a strand of sword chi from the 4 immortal extermination swords. He was also a peak innate god. In the west, on Mount Meru, the grade 9 golden lotus of merit bloomed silently in the 8 treasures merit pool, releasing endless golden light. This also caused its grade to rise from a superior grade innate spiritual treasure to a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure. The 10th petal was born after absorbing the saint essences. The birth of a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure was also the treatment of a natural-born saint. Pudu was undoubtedly a natural-born saint, and he would also become the key to the prosperity of the West. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the treatment of a natural-born god from the chaotic green lotus was probably second only to that of the orthodox Pangu. Even Yu Jing, who was born with the immortal Tao's providence, couldn't be compared to Pudu. Only Taoist Buzhou could firmly suppress him. Of course, Yuan, who had already fallen, could also do so. Similarly, Pudu's birth exposed the West, which had long faded from everyone's sight to the present Aparagodania state. At this moment, countless people looked at Aparagodania state. Their eyes flickered constantly, and no one knew what they were thinking. In the North Continent, in front of Eastern Emperor Tai, 9 small suns gradually merged into one, forming a huge sun. Then, the sun began to shrink, and a 3-legged golden crow was born from it. This was the first golden crow of the 3 realms era. Its name was Jiuyang, and it was also a top-notch natural-born god. It was accompanied by a superior grade innate spiritual treasure, the 9 Yang Banner. At the same time, in the 6 paths of reincarnation, in the Shaman Tao, Panga's heart emerged, and a Khanate grand shaman named Tsang was born. His aptitude wasn't inferior to any top-notch natural-born god, but he didn't have a natural-born spiritual treasure. Apart from the 12 ancestral shamans, even Ho Yi, Xing Tian, and the others didn't have a natural-born spiritual treasure. They didn't need one either. Their bodies were their most powerful weapons. The surface was lively, but the underground wasn't peaceful either. In the nether realm, in front of the Fengdu ghost emperor, the Khanate godly fetus that he valued so much finally split open, and a top-notch natural-born god named Tongyu was born. Tongyu was born with the imperial seal. At the moment of his birth, 9 streams of Khanate ghost chi took the shape of a dragon and circled behind him. This was a Khanate ghost emperor who would lead the ghost Tao to prosperity. The divine seal he carried was called Tongyu Seal, and it was also a rare superior grade, natural-born spiritual treasure. Both the nether realm and the human realm had natural-born gods, but strangely, no natural-born life forms were born in the celestial realm, which was the center of power in the 3 realms. Where did the origin that surged to the celestial realm go? Answer: it was used to repair the celestial realm. Don't forget that although the celestial realm had 36 layers, it was still in a broken state. The battle between the ancient liches and demons had caused too much damage to the celestial realm, and the damage had yet to be repaired. When the origin of the chaos demon god surged, the leaders of the celestial realm had a discussion. They felt that it was enough for the three realms to have the human realm and the nether realm to nurture life forms. There was no need for them to meddle in the celestial realm. Therefore, they unanimously decided to use the origin of the chaos demon god to repair the celestial realm, and there was no need to create any life forms. Did the celestial realm need life forms? No need. The celestial realm's special status meant that it would never lack life forms. In any case, some life forms would ascend to the celestial realm in the future. The scene returned to the central divine province. Under the world tree, one of the 9 human geniuses had successfully defied the Khanate and cultivated the body of a natural-born god. And at the critical moment of his transformation, the world tree sensed it and gave him a world tree seed. Because of the world tree seed, the human genius had received an unimaginable transformation. After his transformation, he was also a top-notch natural-born god. And in his divine seed, an innate divine fetus was constantly spitting out energy. It was nurturing his lifelong spiritual treasure. As for its specific grade, it would depend on how the human genius nurtured it. This divine fetus was formed from the world tree seed. It was extremely malleable and had the potential to become a supreme grade Khanate spiritual treasure. In other words, as long as the human genius nurtured it well, he might be able to obtain a supreme grade Khanate spiritual treasure in the future. The human genius was called Hao, and he was from the ancient Yoyu clan of the human race. Hao had successfully defied the Khanate and become a top-notch natural-born god. This was a joyous occasion for the human race, and it should be celebrated. He might even be received by Feng Zichen. But at this moment, Feng Zichen clearly didn't have the time to care about him. Something important was happening that would affect the future of the human race. Fuxi had reached a critical moment in his ascension. His origin Dao fruit was about to be perfected. Rumble. The imperial court of human Dao blossomed with dazzling light. Countless runes emerged and transformed into 10 Khanate Dao diagrams that rose into the air. They folded together and formed a grand Dao diagram that slowly unfurled. The Chaos Formation. Feng Zichen activated the Chaos Formation not to meet the enemy, but to absorb Chaos Chi from the outer chaos, so that he could convert it into the purest Khanate essence for Fuxi to absorb and perfect his origin Dao fruit. As the Chaos Array activated, an inexplicable force ignored the existence of time and space and absorbed endless chaos energy from the outer realm. Then it was transformed by the Chaos Array into innate source energy that surged toward Fuxi. On the other side, Her Majesty Nuwa activated the cauldron of heaven and earth with all her might. It transformed into a vast Qinquan realm that constantly absorbed chaos chi from the outer chaos and converted it into Qinquan essence for Fuxi to absorb. With the help of the 2 great experts, in less than 10,000 years, Fuxi had accumulated enough origin energy to completely condense the illusory primordial Dao fruit and polish it to perfection. Rumble. A mysterious force spread out, causing the world to tremble and the laws to wail in submission. Chapter 831. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 8 types of Khanate essence chi appeared between heaven and earth. Heaven, earth, wind, thunder, earth, fire, mountain, and lake. They intertwined with each other and gradually formed a huge Khanate 8 trigrams suspended in the sky. Everyone could see it clearly when they looked up. Heaven and earth were fixed. Mountain and lake were connected. Thunder and wind were weak, and water and fire were incompatible. The 8 trigrams were wrong. Those who counted would go smoothly, and those who knew would go against it. The 8 trigrams appeared between heaven and earth. Such a phenomenon meant that Fuxi had perfected his origin Dao fruit and truly achieved Dao. For a moment, All the powerful cultivators had envious gazes. The three pure ones, two saints of the West, and the others frowned silently. The human race had become stronger again. It would be more and more difficult to deal with them. After Fuxi attained the Tao, he first greeted everyone and thanked them for their protection. Then, he said loudly, "I'm sorry." Then, he said loudly, "Poor Wei Fuxi has achieved Tao. In order to thank heaven and earth, I will preach Tao in the Emperor's city of the Central God Province in 20,000 years. Those who are fated can come and listen." His voice was so loud that it resounded through the entire primitive world. Everyone in the three realms heard it. Fuxi preaching Tao was a matter of course. At that time, the primitive world would transform and the three realms would be reborn. Countless connate life forms would be born. These people had incomplete inheritances and needed someone to show them the way forward. Luais and Fuxi had achieved Tao at this time. They should preach Tao to all living beings and open the door for them. In fact, it was not only them. The other saints and origin Tao masters also needed to preach Tao. This was the heavenly mandate and also the heavenly Tao's return gift to everyone. Preaching Tao, regardless of whether it was good or bad, would bring merit. At this time, Feng Zichen noticed that while Fuxi was speaking, endless runes were flowing behind him. They turned into a great Tao torrent about 3,000 miles long that spanned between heaven and earth. The great Tao was about 3,000 miles long. This was the performance of the third sky of origin Tao. At the same time, it also meant that Fuxi had the cultivation of the third sky of origin Tao. This was interesting. Reaching the third firmament of primordial chaos as soon as he attained the Tao was a treatment only saints had. A saint's attainment of the Tao was supported by the power of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, as soon as he attained the Tao, he would have the cultivation of the third heaven of chaotic essence. However, ordinary people did not receive such treatment when they attained the Tao. Therefore, when they attained the Tao, they should start from the lowest first heaven of primordial chaos. Thus, the problem arose. Throughout the history of the primordial world, Daluo Jingxian had broken through to the primordial chaos. People like Dongwang Tai, Di Jun, and Di Jiang were far away. People like Feng Zichen, great emperors away, and Fuxi were close. None of them were at the first firmament of primordial chaos after their breakthroughs. Most of them were at the third firmament of primordial chaos. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly had a bold guess. In fact, breaking through to become a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian wasn't as difficult as one would imagine. However, the heavenly Tao had set some restrictions on this, which made it extremely difficult to break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It was also because of this that the great divine abilities of the primordial world were suppressed a little by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, after breaking through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm, they were able to advance several levels. This was the so-called good preparation. Of course, this was only Feng Zichen's guess. The truth might not be so. He still had to find an opportunity to verify the specific truth. I still have to thank you for attaining the Tao, fellow Taoist. Fuxi came to Feng Zichen's side and bowed respectfully. Feng Zichen accepted this calmly. With Fuxi's aptitude, attaining the Tao was inevitable. However, it shouldn't have happened now or so quickly. The reason why Fuxi could attain the Tao so quickly was that when the heavenly Tao descended in the chaos outside the sky, Feng Zichen had informed him in time to come and watch. It was precisely because he had taken a look at the body of the heavenly Tao that Fuxi saw through the confusion in his heart and cultivated to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm. From this point on, Feng Zichen could be considered to have helped Fuxi attain the Tao. It was only right for him to accept his bow. Fellow Taoist, are you going to preach the Tao in the human emperor's city? Have you found a suitable place? If not, I'll lend you the sky-gazing peak. Looking at Fuxi, Feng Zichen asked curiously. It was true that the human emperor's city was very big. There was even a primordial chaos demon god suppressed in it. It could be said to be the top holy land in the primordial world. However, as the imperial city of the human clan, the human emperor city was naturally full of humans. If too many living beings came to preach the Tao here, it would probably be crowded even with the size of the human emperor city. Even if it wasn't crowded, there would still be many inconveniences. Therefore, Feng Zichen suggested that Fushi change the location, which was the sky-gazing peak not far from the human emperor city. Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Fushi also felt that it was inappropriate. However, he had no choice. The reason why he chose to preach the Tao in the human emperor city was very simple. It was because he didn't have a Tao field in the lower realm. Didn't it sound very funny? The dignified primordial emperor Fushi actually didn't have a Tao field. However, this was true. Not only him, but the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors also didn't have a Tao field in the human realm. In other words, the territory of the human clan was their Tao field. As long as there were humans, it was their training ground. Since there was no Tao field, Fushi chose to preach the Tao at the human emperor city based on the principle of proximity. The sky-gazing peak is indeed not bad. However, that's your Tao field. If you lend it to the poor way, what will happen when it's your turn to preach the Tao? Fushi was tempted by Feng Zichen's suggestion, but he also had his concerns. The sky-gazing peak was Feng Zichen's Tao field. It wasn't easy for him to use it. What was the sky-gazing peak? It was the Ziwei mountain in Zichen's Grotto Heaven in the past. It was also Mount Buzhou in the mini-desolate realm. When the mini-desolate realm fused with the desolate land fragment, this mountain also fused with the desolate land. It also gained a lot of fortune and became the ancestral bloodline of the Central Divine Prefecture. In other words, this mountain was the number 1 divine mountain in the Central Divine Prefecture. In the mini-desolate realm, it wasn't a problem to call this mountain Mount Buzhou. However, in the desolate land, it was a little inappropriate to call it this name. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought about it and renamed it Sky-Gazing Peak. It was derived from the fact that one could see the sky by raising their heads. The Sky-Gazing Peak, the number 1 mountain in the Central Divine Prefecture, was extraordinary. Hey, fellow Taoist Fushi, you don't have to worry. If I preach, there are many places to choose. You can preach on the Gauchan planet, in the imperial court of human Tao, and under the world tree. Knowing Fushi's concerns, Feng Zichen said casually, I, Feng Zichen, have countless properties in the desolate land. I'm not afraid of not finding a place to preach. Then we'll do as you say. Since Feng Zichen said so, Fushi didn't hesitate and agreed directly. As for changing the location of the preaching from the Emperor's City to the Sky-Gazing Peak, it seemed like a child's play, but it wasn't a big problem. How could the location of the preaching be changed? Of course not. However, the Emperor's City was built at the foot of the Sky-Gazing Peak. It wasn't a problem to say that the two were the same place. After bidding farewell to Feng Zichen and chatting with Nuo for a while, Fushi left and went to the Sky-Gazing Peak. Although there was still some time before the preaching, he still had to make some arrangements in advance. For example, he set up obstacles for the preaching to eliminate some of the people who were lacking in morals. With Fushi's attainment of the Tao, the laws between heaven and earth became more active, and the spiritual qi in the heavens and earth became richer than before. For a time, the birth rate of Khanate life forms, which originally needed a long time to be born, increased by more than 100 times. In just 100 years, a large number of Khanate life forms were born in the 3 realms. Just like that, another 2,000 years passed. In these 2,000 years, nothing major happened in the 3 realms. Now that heaven and earth had just been promoted, the laws were abnormally active. It was the best time to cultivate, and it was easier to get close to the Khanate Tao. Everyone was busy cultivating, so how could they have time to come out and cause trouble? Because of this, the 3 realms had been unusually calm recently, and it looked like a peaceful world. The 8,000 years of the 3 realms Yuan calendar. It was less than 2,000 years since the heavenly tribulation saint, the great emperor of the South Pole, preached the Tao in the divine firmament palace. Therefore, the life forms that were farther away from the divine firmament nine heavens had already begun their journey. The three realms was very big. Although it was not as big as the primeval age, it was definitely bigger than the primeval age. Even the Daluo Taoist priest would have to fly around the three realms for at least 8,000 years if he wanted to fly around by himself without using his spatial divine ability. Under such circumstances, the distance between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm would not be small. It was estimated that even a golden immortal cultivator might not be able to reach the heavenly realm from the mortal realm if he flew at full speed for 1,000 years. And this was only the distance between the heavenly realm and the mortal realm. One had to know that the world tree was constantly growing. As it grew, the distance between the heavenly realm and the mortal realm would definitely increase, until the life forms below the Tai Jinxian would not be able to reach the heavenly realm. This was a digression. It would take many tens of thousands of years for this to happen. The life forms that went from the mortal realm to the divine firmament nine heavens to listen to the Tao were of all realms. There were Tai Jinxian, golden immortals, mystic immortals, and even celestial immortals. However, although many people went, there were only a few who were truly qualified to enter the divine firmament palace. When Tao ancestor Hongjun preached in the divine firmament palace, there were only 3,000 people who were fated to attend. Therefore, the number of people who were fated to attend Lei Zhe's Tao preaching would not exceed this number. 3,000 was the limit. Lei Zhe had set up 3 obstacles at the border between the heavenly realm and the mortal realm. Only the Tai Jinxian and the best among the golden immortals could pass through them. Those ordinary golden immortals and life forms below the golden immortal realm could not even enter the heavenly realm, let alone the divine firmament palace. This Tao preaching was destined to have nothing to do with them from the beginning. However, there was no need to worry. Even if they could not reach the heavenly realm, they would not encounter any danger. After all, they came to listen to the Tao. Lei Zhe would not let them die halfway through because of an accident. There was no need to pay special attention to these life forms. Lei Zhe only needed to give an order. Before and after his Tao preaching, killing was prohibited in the 3 realms. Then, no one in the 3 realms would dare to kill or provoke the Saint Lei Zhe, because he was not only a saint, but also a saint who controlled the heavenly tribulations. Everyone knew that saints were terrifying. However, they had not seen them with their own eyes, so they did not have a concrete understanding of them. However, the heavenly tribulations were different. The fear of them was rooted in the depths of their souls. Therefore, no one dared to disobey Lei Zhe's order. In the eyes of the people, Lei Zhe was the most terrifying saint. At the same time, he was also the most hated saint in the 3 realms. The 3 calamities, 9 tribulations, and 12 tribulations had cut off countless immortal paths. Who would not hate Lei Zhe? Unfortunately, it was useless. Not only would their hatred of Lei Zhe not affect him, it would even become one of his sources of power, making him even stronger. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed. The 3 realms had officially entered the 9,500th year of the 3 realms Yuan calendar. The time of Lei Zhe's Tao preaching was set to be the 10,000th year of the 3 realms Yuan calendar. In other words, it was less than 500 years before Lei Zhe's Tao preaching. At this time, many people had arrived outside the divine firmament palace. There were about 1,000 of them. More than 99% of them were Tai Tao lords. Only a dozen or so of them were golden immortals. There were basically no new living beings in the Tai Jinxian. However, among the few golden immortals, more than half were connate life forms born in the 3 realms. Come to think of it, this was normal. The 3 realms era had only begun for less than 10,000 years. In such a short time, the newborns could cultivate to the golden immortal realm. Their potential was already top-notch. As for Tai Tao lords, apart from those who were born with the cultivation of Tai Tao lords, most of them were Tao lords. As for the rest, Even the top-notch Khanate god fiends were probably only at the perfected golden immortal realm. They were still a bit away from becoming Tao Lords of Tai. As for the newborns, the heavenly Tao had told them about Lei Zhe's Tao preaching. Not long after they were born, Lei Zhe's voice naturally reverberated in their ears. These living beings were limited by the heavenly Tao's inheritance. Although they didn't know exactly how strong Lei Zhe was, they could tell that he was far stronger than them. Therefore, when they heard about Lei Zhe's preaching, they were tempted and came here after a lot of effort. First, they had to pass through the astral winds, then the lightning and fire. Then, they had to withstand the impact of the meteors. They thought that was the end, but they didn't expect there to be a lightning field beyond the ninth firmament. Although this lightning field only targeted those with heavy karma, who wouldn't feel their scalp tingle when a heavenly tribulation lightning gathered densely together. In order to listen to Lei Zhe's Tao preaching, these living beings outside the divine firmament palace had suffered greatly. However, their experience was nothing compared to the 3,000 guests of the purple firmament palace back then. In order to listen to the Tao Lord's Tao preaching, they had risked their lives. What Luai's left behind was nothing compared to the chaos beyond the heavens. Outside the divine firmament palace, the 9 heavenly lords of the 9th firmament stood in a row in front of the main entrance. Although they didn't say anything, they stared coldly at the crowd. A faint Tao might spread from their bodies, bringing great pressure to the people who came to listen to the preaching. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Chapter 832. The 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens did this for no other reason than to scare the crowd. Once there were too many people, it was easy to cause trouble. The 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens were very lazy and didn't want to waste their time. Therefore, he pretended to be unapproachable in order to scare the crowd and make them behave themselves. The effect was indeed good. Seeing the 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens' expression, the crowd didn't dare to move at all for fear of angering them. They just stayed outside the divine firmament palace and waited quietly. They weren't just afraid. The 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens didn't hide their cultivation at all. The magnificent aura that belonged only to the Daluo Taoist priests spread out from their bodies and pressed down on the crowd's hearts like a huge rock, bringing them great pressure. Facing the 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens, the crowd felt as if they were facing the great Tao directly, as if they were the incarnation of the great Tao. Thinking of this, even the ignorant crowd knew that the 9 people in front of them were probably the legendary Daluo Taoist priests. Thinking of this, the crowd felt even more respect for the 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens. They didn't even dare to show a trace of dissatisfaction. The Daluo Taoist priests were standing outside the door. They were a group of Tai Tao lords. What was there to complain about? The crowd waited for another 400 years. It was less than 100 years before Lei Zhe, the heavenly tribulation saint, would teach the great Tao. At this time, there were more than 2,000 cultivators gathered outside the divine firmament palace. Most of them were ancient creatures, and the newborn creatures barely made up 10%. 10,000 years was still a short time. Not many creatures could be born. Even if many creatures were born, it would be difficult for them to cultivate to the golden immortal or Tai Jinxian realm in such a short time. However, this wasn't all bad. At least the newborn creatures who could come to the divine firmament palace at this time all proved their excellence. They were born less than 10,000 years ago, but they already had the cultivation of top golden immortal or Tai Jinxian realm. If they were innate god fiends, it would be fine. But if they were innate creatures, their aptitude could be said to be quite extraordinary. Even now, the gates of divine firmament's palace still showed no signs of opening. It was unknown what they were waiting for. Although the crowd was puzzled, they didn't dare to ask. They just waited silently. In his heart, he thought, perhaps the divine firmament palace's doors will only open when the time is right. Just as everyone was thinking about this, the 9 brothers of the 9 firmament monarchs suddenly moved. They turned around and opened the door. After opening the door, Jiu Qianjun didn't let them in. Some of them even stayed in seclusion for an eternity. They really didn't show up unless something big happened in the world. Some of the great figures didn't even want to show up when the world was destroyed. Those great figures were like that. Except for their peers, the powerful figures who were born later had never heard of their names, let alone know them. They couldn't even greet them when they met. Therefore, when the first group of great figures arrived at the Shunshao Palace, the ninth firmament master of the nine clouds raised his head. Good heavens, the nine brothers didn't know any of them. However, it didn't matter if they didn't know their names, because it wasn't a problem for the ninth firmament master of the nine clouds. As long as they didn't know the great figures, they all called them seniors and invited them into the Shunshao Palace respectfully so that their masters could chat with them. It's not that the author can't think of names, it's just that there are too many people. As for whether their masters knew them or not, it had nothing to do with the ninth firmament master of the nine clouds. They were only responsible for welcoming the guests and didn't care about anything else. When the great figures arrived and saw the nine Daluo Taoist priests standing in a row outside the door, they couldn't help but feel shocked. They felt that this new saint had hidden his strength too well. He had secretly taught 9 disciples at the level of Taoist priests. This was enough to make the Luai's lock one of the top 3 on the Eldritch Land's master-teacher ranking. The ninth firmament master of the nine clouds didn't know the great figures, so the people who came to listen to the sermon naturally didn't know them either. However, they had their own methods. When they saw the auras of the newcomers, which were as deep as the sea and as vast as the great Tao, they did not hesitate to call them Tao Lords. Those above the Daluo holy man, and even those below the saints, were all holy lords. There was nothing wrong with calling them that. After a few groups of people came and went, finally a few people that the ninth firmament master of the nine clouds knew came. The ninth firmament master of the nine clouds had heard of great figures like Zhen Yuanzi, the Queen Mother of the West, Patriarch Nether River, and Patriarch Kunpeng, who often appeared in the Untainted Land. Not only the ninth firmament master of the nine clouds, but also many of the creatures who came to listen to the sermon had heard of their legends. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others come, the ninth firmament master of the nine clouds finally changed the way he addressed them. He called them great immortals, supreme gods, Taoist mothers, or demon masters. In short, they were all well-mannered. After a few more years, most of the great adepts had arrived, and it was finally time for the finale contestants to take the stage. The first one to come was the Heavenly Emperor, who was the closest to this place. He and the Jade Lake Heavenly Empress were riding a 7-colored auspicious cloud from the Heavenly Court. After the two of them arrived, before the ninth firmament master of the nine clouds could speak, the people who came to listen to the sermon took the lead and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty and the Empress. We wish Your Majesty and the Empress a holy and boundless life." The old creatures all bowed. Although the new creatures did not know who they were, they also bowed. The people could not recognize the great figures, but they could not recognize the Celestial Emperor and the Empress. Even if they did not recognize them, it did not matter. They were all Tao Lords, and they still had the means to look at aura. The boundless Emperor aura that symbolized the Celestial Emperor and the Empress above Jade Lake's head could be recognized as long as one was not blind. Seeing such a phenomenon, one naturally knew that the Celestial Emperor had come without the need for others to tell them. "Everyone, please rise." Walking down from the Imperial chariot with Jade Lake, Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian asked everyone to rise in a very friendly manner. As Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian's realm became closer to that of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, his aura became more and more transcendent over the years. His majesty gradually faded, and he had a feeling that everything was not entangled in his heart. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hearing this, everyone stood up. At this moment, 8 more people came down from the Imperial chariot. They were Yaoji and the 7 fairies. Good Lord, Hao Yin even brought his family with him this time. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Princess Royal and the 7 princesses." 9 Heaven's Lord stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Jade Lake. Then, he nodded slightly as a greeting to the 7 fairies of Yaoji. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Jade Lake's cultivation was high, and her identity was honorable enough. Therefore, she accepted the greetings of the 9 brothers calmly. However, the 7 fairies of Yaoji slightly tilted their bodies, not daring to accept the greetings of the 9 brothers. The daughter of the Celestial Emperor was not as precious as the Taoist priests. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian looked up and down at 9 Heavens Lord and said with a sigh, "Are you the disciples of Taoist Changsheng? You are really extraordinary. All 9 of you are Taoist priests, immortal and indestructible. What a great fortune. Taoist Changsheng has really hidden himself well." 9 Taoist priests was nothing special. However, 9 Taoist priests of the same origin was a little scary. The origin was the same, which meant that if the 9 of them joined forces, there would be no hindrance. It was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Just like in the ancient times, although the 12 ancestors of sorcerers were strong, they were not invincible individually. There were people who were on par with them, or even stronger. However, when the 12 ancestors of sorcerers joined forces, they were really invincible. Even Taoist ancestor Hong Jun would frown. The 9 brothers looked like the Daluo Taoist priests. However, if they joined forces with the corresponding array, they could probably fight with the great medium. That was why Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian said that Luai's had hidden himself well. He had such disciples, but he still hid them and did not show them to the public. If he had not achieved Taoism and used them as a front, the public would not have known about it. Haha, Taoist brother Hao Tian, you must be joking. They are just 9 good-for-nothing disciples. They don't deserve your praise. Luai's walked out of the Purple Cloud Palace and shouted at Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian from afar. Hearing that, Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Yao Qi were speechless. If such disciples were not good enough, what kind of disciples were good enough? Did they have to be the top great medium? Looking at Lei Zhe's expression, although he said that he was a good-for-nothing, he could not hide the smug look on his face. This made Hao Tian and Yao Qi speechless. He was showing off his disciples, right? Okay, please come in, Taoist friends. Luai's did not care about their expressions and went forward to invite them into the Divine Cloud Palace. With Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Yao Qi's status, if Luai's did not come out to welcome them, it would be impolite. Therefore, he walked out of the Divine Cloud Palace to welcome them. However, Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian rejected Luai's good intentions and said, "Taoist Ziwei and Taoist Gaochen are not here yet. Poor Wei will wait for them here and go in with them." Hearing that, Luai's did not insist. He just stood with him and waited together. The ones who were coming next were all saints, and Luai's had to welcome them personally. He had not planned to run around, so he just waited here. After Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian, Saint Taiching came leisurely on the green ox. The green ox was formed by a wisp of connate, clear qi. It was a primitive mutant. Saint Taiching liked it very much and took it as his mount. Following the Grand Pure One, the green ox could be considered to have obtained quite a lot of benefits and cultivated to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Yes, it was Daluo Jinxian, not Daluo Taoist priests. If it was really Daluo Taoist priests, he would not be a mount, not even a saint. How could the incarnation of the great Tao be his slave? This was blasphemy against the great Tao, and the blasphemer was destined to not have a good ending. Saints could force Daluo Taoist priests to do things for them, but they could not force Daluo Taoist priests to be slaves. That was it. Seeing Saint Taiching coming, Luai's hurried to welcome him with Thunder Lord of 9 Heavens. The 7 fairies and Yaoji also followed behind them. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian did not move. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Empress Hao Tian were the Heavenly Emperor and Empress. They were more powerful than the saints in name. Only the saints would welcome them. How could they welcome the saints? If the saints were not satisfied, they could take the case to the Heavenly Tao. Even the saints could not win. Greetings, Taoist brother Taiching. After greeting the Taiching saint, Blue-Eyes glanced at the nine sky monarchs and said, "You guys come and greet the Tai Ching saint." "Greetings, Saint Tai Ching." The nine brothers were helpless. For the sake of their master, they had to pretend to be obedient children and bowed to Saint Tai Ching. At this moment, Blue-Eyes pretended to be helpless and said, "These are all inferior disciples. They are not good enough. Brother, please excuse us." Chapter 833. The Grand Pure One was originally very happy, but after hearing Lei Zhe's words, he could not help but freeze for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Ha ha, fellow Taoist Changsheng, you really know how to joke. The nine disciples of a sect are all Taoist priests. If such a disciple is still a joke, how many disciples in the three realms can be taken out?" The effect of Lei Zhe showing off his disciples in front of the Grand Pure One was not as good as he had imagined. After all, the Grand Pure One's methods of teaching his disciples were not bad. He had Xuandu under him to support him. However, Lei Zhe did not care too much. He was not showing off his disciples to attack others. He was showing off and making himself proud. A sect with 9 Tao lords. This was the first among the sages to do so. Bringing it out to show off was a great boost to Luai's reputation. Saints were immortal. Apart from making breakthroughs and obtaining primordial supreme treasures, only some glorious things could make them happy. What a boring life. Really, I'm not envious. "Saint, please enter." Lei Zhe cupped his hands at the Grand Pure One and wanted to invite him into the hall. However, the Grand Pure One refused with a smile. He wanted to wait outside with Lei Zhe for the other fellow Taoists. Not long after, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning arrived. As the person who paid the most attention to ostentation in the primordial world, the appearance of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was quite extraordinary. How extraordinary was it? There was a poem as proof. The auspicious cloud above him was 30,000 feet tall, and he was covered in colorful clouds. A strange beast flew over as an armrest, holding the 3 treasure jade rui. The white crane led the way in front, followed by the red phoenix dancing immortal robe. The feather fans separated the clouds and mist, and the immortal child played the jade flute. The yellow-scarf strongman listened to the imperial order, and smoke billowed. The immortals followed. The auspicious cloud above his head was covered in endless immortal light. In front, there were white cranes and green phoenixes opening the way. Behind, there were red phoenixes dancing. There were immortal children on his left and right, and there were 9 dragons pulling the carriage under his feet. Good fellow, even the Tao ancestors' trip was not as grand as the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings. The 9 dragons' Agarwood carriage stopped, and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning walked out. An immortal crane flew over and landed under the Heavenly Lord's feet, turning into steps for him to walk down the carriage. "Greetings, Saint of Primordial Beginning." When the audience saw the Primordial Lord of Heaven rushing over, they hurriedly bowed. The newborn creature was confused and did not know who the visitor was. However, seeing the grandeur of the visitor, he knew that the visitor was a top-notch big shot. Hence, he followed the old creature and bowed. "Greetings, Yuanshi Saint." The new creatures were all stupefied. Didn't the inheritance say that the Taoist priests were the most powerful in this world? But were these people, whose auras were as terrifying as the great Tao, really Taoist priests? In that instant, the new creatures all knew that their understanding of this world was still too little. Forget about knowing many great figures. They hadn't even heard of them before. Thus, all of them decided in their hearts that they would definitely properly understand the history of the 3 dimensions once they returned. The 3 realms had just been reborn. So where did so many powerful figures come from? Could it be that there were even more ancient and unknown eras before the 3 realms? Their way of thinking was very good. Unfortunately, they who were born in the 3 dimensions were bound to be unable to understand the primeval times. Following the rebirth of the 3 realms, the primordial world had already become a thing of the past. That period of time had been sealed by the combined efforts of everyone. They had no choice, as there were too many dark histories. None of them wanted to ruin their heroic image, so they decided to work together to seal the primeval times history. There were some people and some things that they only needed to know and protect themselves. There was no need for more people to understand. The people of the three realms only needed to know about the three realms. The primeval times were not something they could know. If they really wanted to understand, there were many legends about the primeval times. Whether they were true or not, they could slowly guess. Greetings, Yuanshi Saint. Master, Tai Ching Saint, Jade Emperor, and Queen Mother are waiting for you outside the Divine Firmament Palace. Without waiting for Lei Zei's instructions, the 9 heavenly lords had already walked over and greeted the Yuanshi Saint from afar. Master, you are the longevity Taoist disciples? Asked the Yuanshi Saint uncertainly as he looked at the 9 Taoist priests of the same origin. The leader of the 9 heavenly lords, the Divine Firmament Heavenly Lord, nodded and replied, Saint, my master is the southern extremity longevity Tharch. Hiss. Hearing that, the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord's face did not change at all, but he gasped in his heart. To think that the southern extremity longevity emperor would be able to nurture 9 Tao sovereign disciples without making any noise at all. This was truly a well-hidden secret. Brother Yuanshi, it's been a while. Just then, Lei Zei walked out and shouted at the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord from afar. As he spoke, Lei Zei suddenly sped up and arrived in front of the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord in a few steps. Brother Yuanshi, these are the 9 useless disciples of the poor way. What do you think of them? Are they good enough for you? Lei Zei and the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord were not on good terms. That was because the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord's throne was snatched from the southern extremity immortal elder, the primeval Heavenly Lord's disciple. Because of that, the two of them were not on good terms. With that in mind, Lei Zei did not mind angering the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord if he had the chance. And right now, there was an opportunity. If the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord had any regrets in his life, it would definitely be his disciples. Counting the 12 direct disciples under him, none of them were successful. Not to mention others, they could not even compare to the disciples of the tribe of Jia that he looked down on. It was a sad thing. Therefore, Lei Zei's use of his disciples to provoke the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord was really effective. As soon as Lei Zei finished speaking, the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord's expression changed. After a long while, he squeezed out a not bad from between his teeth. Not bad at all. If he could, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin really wanted to say that the disciples of the Luai's Lock were trash. However, looking at the cultivation of the Master of the 9 Clouds and the 9th Heaven Tao Master, he could not bring himself to say that. Today's situation was special. Lei Zei could not go too far. After provoking the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord a little, he stopped provoking him and invited him to enter the Divine Cloud Palace. Looking at Lei Zei's expression, those who did not know would think that the two of them were close. Lei Zei's invitation was very sincere, but the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord still refused. The reason was the same as the previous few. He wanted to wait for the others to come and go together. Lei Zei did not force him. He stood outside the door and waited with him. At this moment, the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot that the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord stopped outside the door suddenly lit up with a divine light. Then, the 9 dragons that pulled the chariot began to change. Gradually, they turned into 9 gods in golden armor. They formed a circle to protect the Agarwood chariot. These 9 dragons were all 5-clawed golden dragons. They were all in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. Daluo Taoist priests would not become someone's mount, let alone pull a chariot. According to this, Daluo Jingxian was the strongest mount that could be possessed. 9 5-clawed divine dragons at the level of Daluo Jingxian pulling the chariot. The Yuanshi Heavenly Lord was really generous. Seeing this, everyone looked at the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. Some of them even looked at it with envy. While those powerful mediums who entered the Divine Cloud Palace first all came out at this moment. Since the sages were waiting outside, they naturally could not sit inside. So they came out to wait together. Then, as soon as these powerful mediums came out, they saw the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot of the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord. It was really luxurious. To be honest, everyone was envious of the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord's chariot. They were all prideful people. How majestic it would be to go out in such a luxurious chariot. Who would not want it? However, even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. It was not difficult to find 9 Daiyuo Jinxian to pull the chariot. But it was not difficult to find 9 5-clawed golden dragons to pull the chariot. It was dangerous. 5-clawed golden dragons were the descendants of the ancestral dragon. Only the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord, as a sage, dared to let them pull the chariot. If it were anyone else, they would be killed by the ancestral dragon in minutes. The ancestral dragon was a sacred beast. Its strength was comparable to that of a sage. Although the sacred beasts of the 5 elements were suppressed in the 4-level land and could not come out unless the world was in chaos, that was a long time ago. Now, the world had changed several times, and the overall appearance had changed. Who knew how binding the oath of the past was now? Perhaps the rule of not coming out unless the world was in chaos had long been invalid. The sacred beasts of the 5 elements could come and go freely in the untainted land. It was just that no one knew it. This was not a baseless guess. It was based on evidence. At the end of the ancient times, the Tao Lords and the Chaos Demon God had a great war. The untainted land was smashed into pieces, but the sacred beasts of the 5 elements did not appear. Was this not proof that they were free from the constraints of the heavenly way? With this guess in mind, everyone could not help but be afraid of the sacred beasts of the 5 elements. Naturally, they did not dare to attack the 3 Khanate clans easily. Therefore, these powerful people could only envy a chariot like the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. It was impossible for them to build an identical chariot. The chariot of the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord was so dazzling that even Lei Zhe could not help but take a few more glances. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the face of the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord. As soon as he arrived at the Shunshao Palace, he was shown off by Lei Zhe's disciple. One could imagine how depressed he was. Now, with that gorgeous chariot, the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord could regain some of his dignity. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Unfortunately, the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord did not know what Lei Zhe was thinking. If he knew, he would not be able to smile. This was because Lei Zhe glanced at the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot not out of envy, but because he wanted to see the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord make a fool of himself later. What kind of joke? He was already here. Rumble. Inexplicably, heaven and earth shook. Khanate Daos appeared together and hung in the sky. At the same time, billions of starlight fell and turned into a dazzling river of stars that slowly spread out in the void. In addition, auspicious clouds covered the sky. Auspicious chi filled the air. The heavenly way purple chi that represented the heavenly way appeared out of nowhere and spread out in the void. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun, creating a myriad of phenomena. Khanate Daos opened the way, billions of starlight paved the way, and the heavenly way purple chi fell. Seeing this phenomenon, everyone knew that great Emperor Ziwei had arrived. Only he could bear such a phenomenon. Before great Emperor Ziwei appeared, everyone, including the sages, took the initiative to welcome him. What was ostentatious? This was it. Before the person arrived, the phenomenon had already arrived. The sages even greeted him with cupped fists. In the untainted land, other than the ancestral lord, only great Emperor Ziwei was qualified to do so. Great Emperor Ziwei was the most virtuous in the untainted land. Even the heavenly way had to coax him and did not dare to offend him. Who's here? What a grand display. It's even grander than the sages. Could be a sage too? Some newborn creatures were puzzled and asked curiously. Beside him, an old creature could not help but glance at him after hearing his words. He reminded him, "Don't talk too much. Great Emperor Ziwei is here. You must be more respectful later. You should know that disrespecting him will damage your luck at best. At worst, you will be punished by the heavens." Seeing that this person did not seem to be joking, the newborn creature, including those around him who did not know Great Emperor Zwei, was shocked. They did not dare to say anything more. They all bowed their heads respectfully and did not say a word. How powerful was Great Emperor Zwei? Just being disrespectful to him would cause them to be punished by the heavens. This kind of treatment was unheard of. Even a sage could not do this. For a moment, everyone could not help but be curious about Great Emperor Zwei. What kind of person was he to have such great ability? To have tens of thousands of Daos open the way for him, and have sages wait for him with cupped fists. While everyone was thinking, endless light suddenly rose from the end of the galaxy. It was extremely bright like the sun. Amidst the dazzling light, an imperial chariot pulled by 9 dragons slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. 9 dragons pulling a chariot? Seeing this scene, everyone subconsciously looked at Lord of Heaven's 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. Then, everyone realized the difference between the 2 chariots. There was an obvious difference. First of all, Lord of Heaven's 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot was only an acquired supreme treasure. But Great Emperor Zwei's imperial chariot, if everyone was not mistaken, should be a top innate spiritual treasure. No one knew where Great Emperor Zwei found it. Secondly, the 9 dragons pulling the chariot for Great Emperor Zwei were much more powerful than the 9 dragons pulling the chariot for Lord of Heaven. Was the one who was stronger than Daluo Jinxian, the Daluo Taoist priests? No, he was stronger than the Daluo Taoist priests. The patterns on the 9 dragons seemed to be naturally formed. They exuded the aura of the way. Endless mysteries intertwined, and the powerful force that emanated from their bodies was as vast as the Great Path. In front of the 9 dragons, many of the great divines present actually felt slightly threatened. This feeling was not wrong. Each of the 9 dragons pulling the chariot for Great Emperor Zwei had the power of a great master. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was truly earth-shattering. 9 great masters pulling the chariot. How heroic and domineering was that? Compared to this, Lord of Heaven's 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot, which they were envious of, was nothing. The difference was like heaven and earth. Everyone would be envious when they saw the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. But Great Emperor Zwei's 9 dragons' imperial chariot could only amaze and shock everyone. Although Great Emperor Zwei was strong, he could not make 9 Taoist priests pull his chariot for him. Moreover, they were Taoist priests of the Dragon Clan. This was something he could not do. Therefore, the ones pulling his chariot were not Daluo Taoist priests, nor were they dragons. Instead, they were innate ferocious beasts, 9 innate ferocious beasts whose strength was comparable to top great masters. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.